There we go.
Hi, Psycho. How you doing? Welcome in, welcome in. Did I get rid of my Skyrim? Oh, there it is. I was so confused. Welcome in, welcome in. I'm crafting. Oh, thank you.
Hello, hello, hello. Oh,
No.
no.
Rude. Yes. Hi, Quinn. How you doing?
Hello, Quinn. Hi, Anthony. How's everyone been doing?
Good, all right. Thanks for asking.
Oh, you're welcome, honey.
You just woke up?
Oh, perfect timing.
I think that's going to be the norm for people from now on. Just waking up. So, we've been doing a lot in Skyrim this week. Basically, he streamed on his own on Sunday? Oh yeah, Tristan, have you never played Skyrim?
I had played
Aw, thank you.
Skyrim's tutorial and then maybe up to Whiterun before in the past at a cousin's house, but I've never owned Skyrim. I played Oblivion though. I owned Oblivion.
I've played Skyrim a lot. So that's why my run is like more modded, because I don't need a perfectly beautiful vanilla run. Mine is kind of vanilla-ish. Mine's vanilla-ish. It's only just like a couple quality of life things. I've got a mod list up. Like for example, I wanted a prettier face and prettier hair. So I have it, and I have a prettier outfit.
They're shooting the dog.
My
Oh,
people
that's
are
an owl.
prettier.
Why was that on a sneak attack?
It's just pretty things. Hi, Nat.
Hello, Natalie. Okay,
Away.
these aren't sneak attacks because the dogs aggroed all the enemies. Or
Oh, juice
Faendals.
is delicious. I,
I am so underpowered, even though I've got somewhat good gear.
yeah, I'll complain about things and then he'll turn around and be like, oh, yeah, that sounds so hard. Knowing that he's going through way more than I am. That's a quest item? Wonder, I didn't know that. This is
Oh,
my
stuff.
wife who moves like this ever since I got the, oh, thank you for the head pats.
Oh, apple juice,
She moves like
yummy.
this ever since we got the bard. I think she's trying to dance and she's just not good at it. Tristan also married Isolde. We married her together. We're a throuple.
Yeah, we are a throuple. It's just I can't see you and you can't see me.
Yeah. Oh, that's a beautiful face, Isolde. Remember that guy who I said I liked? We were talking about it, and he said, oh, "Alexa, stop." Talking about what he said. Once he's on proper meds, we can see what happens. Oh, that's fantastic.
That is
Honestly, and
fantastic.
that's honestly very healthy.
Yes, yeah, that's extremely healthy. It's rushing into things when someone's not in their right mental state can be
Mhm.
a big mistake, especially if they know it. It's very responsible of them.
Potion sell for so much, but I'm so glad. Um, so yeah, basically, here's what happened. He streamed by himself on Sunday because I just wasn't feeling it. And in doing that, he started playing Skyrim because we were like, oh, thank you for the head paint.
As far as yeah, I was screaming. Yeah, I was screaming Skyrim. Skyrim.
And I was like, oh, that looks like fun. So I started playing along, but I wasn't streaming. I was just playing with him. And then I just,
Like she loves me or something.
I know. Basically, what happened after, oops. Basically, we've just been playing this ever since.
Yeah. I've had to take breaks to do uni assignments, but that's about it. Other than that, it's just been Skyrim, 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 Skyrim.
Nope.
Nah, if you think love's gross, you're in the wrong place. We are very lovey-dovey.
I are you and Anthony good? Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, are you even doing good? Do you need to talk about it?
Yeah, I think you need to love your future wife more. She says it's gross. She doesn't know what's up.
Hours?
Good, good, good. I'm glad. You know, I'd have to kick his ass if you weren't. I could totally do it too, I think. Probably.
Maybe. Oh yeah, I gotta follow this dog. Where did the dog go? Hello, dog.
The confusing thing about this particular run is we're not actually in the same world.
No, we could have downloaded Skyrim together,
But it's
but
honestly better that he goes through his first playthrough on his own, because that's the way it's meant to be played.
yeah, and also Skyrim together is extremely buggy.
Yes, he would have a terrible first experience. I haven't seen how high you can kick, so maybe. I said I can kick his ass. Like, bitch, I can reach his ass. Probably. No, I'm debating. How tall is his ass, damn?
I already did the. Oh, it's one of the people I
I was
shot.
talking to my mom. We both agreed that I should keep my music career as a hobby, and after this year of college, I'm gonna focus on working with animals. That's a good idea. I mean, it's up to you. Um,
Yeah, that is a good.
if you both agree that you should keep it up, he's got a kid. God, I don't hear that shit. Gross. I can make it worse. So does Tristan.
Oh my god, she thinks I gotta keep that.
Oh, da, 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 da. I like
Yeah,
that I
working.
keep making myself a bow and I never use it.
I don't know where, but Aiko somehow
He's
found it.
got a cutie booty.
You might be cake. I need this corundum. And I need to know where the hell this dog I've been following went.
So, anyways, I was trying to do this quest earlier. This is what I've been trying to do for the past few hours, actually, is Shalador's writing, Shalador's insights.
Oh, you've got that quest too?
Yeah. Okay, so it says he's asked that I attempt to find a copy for him, right? So I look on the map and there's like fuck all anywhere, right? And so there's
It
no
really can't
it's
hold
not
multiple.
pointing, it's not pointing anywhere. I have no quest marker for this. So I tried using my clairvoyance to find it, right? Well, it had me all up here, and you see all these located sections? It is because I was walking all around here looking for it, and it was nowhere up here. Kitty mode. Kitty kitty. But yeah, so I have no idea where it is. So I went ahead and Googled it, and when I Googled it, it came up. There's no booty boy. Got your flat ass, can't even hold his pants up. Well, I mean, that's kind of true. I can see his butt crack a lot.
Don't lie, there's a divider between us. You can't see anything.
Okay, I can't see anything right now. Oh yeah, so we got a partition to put into the room because we've been trying to work on making our audio better, and so that he doesn't get picked up on my mic and I don't get picked up on his. It's not perfect. It's not perfect, but
No.
it's better than it was, I think. And I'm probably gonna need to set up a noise gate so that it picks them up less. But we've got a partition up right now, and it's got all those like little acoustic foams on it, and it looks cool actually. The only thing is if I look over there, I don't get to see Tristan, which is actually kind of good because that we have a habit
The
of
good.
doing that, and that makes our audio much worse.
Oh, yeah, yeah. When we're staring at each other, we pick each other up very much. Oh no, sleep's important.
Sleep is very important. Tristan had to make me go to sleep last night because I was up. Like, basically, we've just been playing Skyrim ever since Sunday and haven't
Yeah.
stopped. Well, I mean, Monday we went out, but we went out and got pancakes.
Monday we went out.
Tomorrow morning, I've got therapy.
Yeah.
You have a bulging disc in your back. That sounds awful.
Oh, and insomnia also awful.
Insomnia
Yeah,
is terrible.
don't you need to potentially get surgery if the disc is bad enough now?
Dead Crone Rock, an option
What
for
is this?
where the
Ancestor
thing could be.
Blade? Where am I?
I think it's Dead Crone Rock, actually, because I haven't been to Dead Crone Rock yet, and I haven't been to Dead Crone Rock. I've not been anywhere near Dead Crone Rock, so why would this be showing up on my map? And I just looked over and saw that it is one of the potential places that I can find
Oh,
Shadow saying, so I think that's where it is.
it could be.
It's the new place. In the doctor's words, a back of someone a lot older than me. Ugh. Super. We had
That's what happens when you dream of growing up too hard as a kid. Don't grow up. Stay young. Where is this dog I was following?
I also have a messed up hip.
But yeah, hopefully both of your backs fix themselves without the need of intrusive surgeries.
There's an Archon in the chat if you guys want to catch it. I just let you know that I downloaded a mod. I specifically have a mod that makes it easier for me to tab out, but it's still not easy to tab out. It's just easier to tab out.
Oh,
Get around here.
oh, that's a lot of problematic medical problems. Where
We'll be back
am
and
I?
have
Where?
problems, chest issues, stomach issues, and knee issues. Okay, let's see what I've got. I've got BPD, depression, anxiety. That's mental. There's my mental. Then going into the physical, we've got hip issues, heartburn issues.
Oh, yes.
Um,
They flare up a lot.
let's see. Stomach issues. I don't have chest issues or back issues. I don't. My knees pop, but I don't consider those to be knee issues. Just because it doesn't
Um,
really hurt, it's just kind of like funny.
you have some insulin issues as well,
Oh yeah, I have massive insulin resistance.
but you're not diabetic, which is good.
Oh yeah, I'm not diabetic. I have I have the insulin resistance of a diabetic without being diabetic. Fuck.
Hi, Jesse.
Ooh.
Yo.
Jesse, hello.
Where is this dog? I swear he was right here.
Wait, who am I
A
fighting here?
boulder fell on his face.
This is the band. Okay. Oh shit, that was the peddler. My bad. My bad.
And then the dog ran like what, this way?
I think I might have contributed to that peddler dying. We're just gonna pretend that didn't happen.
Maybe it's over here. Maybe the dog's up here.
Oh, I didn't tell you guys the rules of my run yet, so let me finish fighting and then I'll tell you.
Oh. Oh. I'm dead.
These are for tummy issues, asthmatic, hips and
Rip.
aggression. Tristan's asthmatic too.
I have asthma, yeah. Although it's very mild, which is nice.
Did that other guy die? Maybe not. Maybe he lived.
Okay.
I don't see his body anywhere.
Oh,
I'm taking that as a win. Okay. Yee. I actually just made this playlist today. I was so excited because I heard one song and figuring out what that song I'd been trying to find this like kind of genre of music for a while, and I couldn't figure out what it was called. So I I found
Random red
one
god.
song and talked to ChatGPT. She showed me more songs that are like it. I started adding those songs to Spotify, and then Spotify started recommending more songs like it. And I started finding all these songs that I've known, I've heard in my past and stuff, but I just never knew the name to them. I just like, I've heard them and I liked them, but I never knew the names of them or anything. And so, yeah, I started adding it and I made a playlist and I was so happy. It's a brand new playlist. I'm so excited about it. But I do want to tell you guys the rules of my librarian playlist. My eyes also don't work properly. I got some pretty thick glasses. I haven't seen your glasses now. Oh, yes, in pictures. I don't. Have you ever worn glasses over here? I don't think so. Oh yeah, same as mine, Quinn. Um, there's more songs I like than I dislike. Um, ooh, I'm trying to. Where's my mouse? I've lost my
Don't heal,
mouse.
you stupid red guard.
This is what I meant. Like it's easier to tab out, but still not easy to tab out. Oh, here we go. Is it
Yeah, red
an
guard
ad
dead.
break? Is there an ad break going on right now?
You have an ad break, yes.
I don't know who can hear me right now. I don't know if I've heard Alex Warren. I'm awful with names and I'm awful with names of songs. That's why I was like really banking on Spotify to help me out there. I look at your face, Nat. I just don't register if there are glasses on them. My sister wears glasses and it's just like, well, she did wear glasses. My mom used to wear glasses and stuff like they both got LASIK. Um, but yeah, I don't know. I just blank them out. I don't really look at people's glasses or clothes really. Okay, I think you'd like him. He has a few new songs out too. You might know
Oh,
some of his.
attack, yeah.
Ooh, maybe. Okay. Once the ad breaks over in a minute and 50 seconds, I'm going to tell you
Dog.
guys the rules that I have set up for myself because I needed some restrictions. But everything I've been doing so far has been sticking to those rules. I'm trying to think. Yeah.
Yeah, she's been good at staying with her rules. Which did is also moving past.
I'm not doing exploits or anything like that, but
Yeah, I'm also avoiding.
one of them I was accidentally doing for a bit. I didn't know what was happening. Like Skyrim is so exploit heavy that I was accidentally doing them.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me with Skyrim.
I found there was this, I called it, there's this bag in Ysolda's house that if I put some stuff in it and then I had my follower take the stuff out of it because it was like heavy, it laundered it. So all the stolen stuff wasn't stolen anymore. And I was just like, that's so weird. Why does this randomly keep, why is every single time he holds stuff, they
Oh,
just
arrows.
randomly get not stolen?
Arrows hurt.
My phone? Do I have your? I'll see. I'll see if I have a picture of you with glasses on my phone. Like, did
You
I
get
take a
better
picture
at
of you wearing
ignoring
glasses,
dog.
maybe? Uh, oh, you are wearing glasses in this picture.
Yeah,
Your
because
glasses have a really thin frame. I also see that Josh and Ashley were wearing glasses also. Oh, I just see it in the picture I took of you the other day. I didn't
where'd
notice
the
they
dog
were
go?
wearing glasses either.
I
Like,
don't know where the dog went. The dog disappeared again.
that is wild how I don't register that. Anyways, okay. So I'm going to tell you guys the rules. Um, the only exploit I've done and it was by complete
Where's the dog?
accident, and now I call it Isolda's laundry bag because it's just a bag in her house that apparently launders stolen goods. Okay, so on my things that I can do, I can steal because it's a librarian run. So basically, my goal is to gather all the books, right? How I get the books is how I get the books is can range from doing things like legitimately or doing it through stealing means or going like I could go like if imagine like an like one of those like movie archaeologists, Indiana Jones style like exploration looking for artifacts, but it's like looking for old books, that kind of thing. So so stealing is okay. I'm not my character is not dedicated fighter, so I use one dagger as like someone would have on them as they're walking around with protection for protection. So I have one dagger, that's all I can use. And then I have a bow, but I can only use the bow for killing non-humanoids, like animals. I can go hunting for animals. And that prevents me from trying to exploit using the bow and just killing everything from like very far away and not worrying about it. Potion making
Was
I
there
can do because I learned how to make potions from a book. Enchanting I can do because I learned how to do it from a book. Kind of like if you can learn how to do these things in a book, I know how to do it. Illusion magic is the only type of magic I can do because I learned it from a book about trickery, because illusion's about
Oh, that's
creating
dog that for me.
illusions and stuff like that. It's not necessarily magic itself. It's like it's just an illusion. And then no other types except if required to get into the College of Winterhold. Can learn spells from books, but no inherent magical abilities means it's useless to me. So, like, I have the flame spell technically, I have the spark spell technically, but I can't use them.
Yeah.
I do have the Mage Light spell, which was gifted to me by
Oh, all this
the
stuff I've
Mage
done
Light spell
before.
was gifted to me by the person at the front of Winterhold, and then there's the Lesser Ward spell that was given to me by Tolfdir. Both of those spells I consider myself able to use because I was taught how to do it by a wizard. Bodyguard. I can have a bodyguard. However, and that's just like a follower. This is what I call them as the bodyguard. My bodyguard can only be obtained through in-character means. Example, my usual go-to followers are like Uthgerd and Benor. But I have to punch them in the face. As a librarian, I would not realistically be able to do that. So can only be obtained through in-character. Is my music stopped? My music might have
Maybe we're
stopped.
between songs.
No, I think it stopped because I'm talking a lot and Spotify is really weird when it comes to Discord.
Oh, yeah, maybe.
Check it.
You have ice cream for breakfast,
Yeah,
Jesse? Oh
pause.
my god.
There we go. Okay. So, can only be obtained through in-character means. Example, I would rude. I would not be able to outpunch Benny or Gertie, but I would be able to hire a mercenary. So basically, the follower I've been using right now cost me 500 gold to be able to get him. And every time I let him go and have to get him again, I have to pay him another 500 gold. It sucks. But like, I don't really know anybody, so I have to hire a mercenary to be my bodyguard. Blacksmithing I can do because an average person can do it. Lock picking, average people can do it. Pickpocketing, average people can do it. College of Winterhold, I can I will any if it's called a college, I can do it because I would go there to learn. You'll be back. Need to ask mom a question. Okay, that's fine. College
Hmm.
of Winterhold to learn
Gotta
and
pull
be
it.
able to access their library. Bard's College, I can also do that, right? Dungeons, I can go to search them for books and stuff. I can do all those. That's fine. Basic, normal um, Skyrim things. Now here's the stuff I can't do. Here's my restrictions. I can't do the Thieves Guild, which means if I steal something, I have to wait. I have to hold on to it until I can sell it to a fence at level 90 speech, which I will get to. That being said, I'm not using the laundry bag anymore. Uh,
Yeah, now that you actually.
Noticed it was an exploit. Yeah.
Yeah. I could have just gone that way to get around. Okay.
Uh, Not doing the Dark Brotherhood because why does a librarian need to join the Dark Brotherhood. Like, I'm not a killer inherently. I mean, I would protect myself if, like, there are people out and about, or if there are bandits around or something like that, and I'm trying to, like, go through a cave and there are bandits trying to kill me. Yeah, I'll kill them, but I'm not, like, taking out hit, or I'm not gonna, like, be the person who takes out hits on people. I'm a librarian. Companions, they're like active fighters, you know, that's what their thing is. They're the hired hands, you know. Uh, you want to draw our avatars? Do it. Do it, please. Please. I love that.
We love fan art.
Graybeards. I'm not doing the graybeards because, I mean, at some point, I'll probably, at some point,
Have
I'll
to for both.
probably have to progress the storyline to get certain things. But I'm not trying to do the whole Dragonborn thing. Civil War, I'm not participating. I'm a librarian. I don't care.
You just want
War them.
books.
I just want books. Heavy armor. Why would I be wearing heavy armor? The fact I'm wearing light armor, like I got myself a light armor set because it looks cute and everything like that. But like even light armor, I did consider about whether or not I should wear light armor because I'm just a librarian and stuff. So I'm I consider light armor my medium instead of not wearing armor at all. I'm wearing like the basic what would be needed for protection out and about. You know, um, but it's not like heavy armor. That'd be really weird. Exploits can't do that. I can't do shouts, I can't do vampirism, and I can't do werewolfism.
Mm.
I should have written lycanthropy instead of werewolfism.
Your brain
It's
was
a
just
word.
off there.
Yep, apparently, apparently. Actively
I
killing dragons only if required by quest and only with a bow. And then I can
man,
only walk around with a weapon out if I'm in a dungeon or a cave. That one I have not been very good at because I
you just
have,
get attacked randomly on the road and you just brain off, forget that your weapon's out.
yeah, and then also like, also I just like not practicing. What's the word I'm looking for? I am enchanting things, you know, like not enchanting. I am leveling my. Oh, thank you for throwing the love so aggressively. Um, I'm leveling mage light. Not leveling mage light, leveling my illusion.
Hey, okay.
But anyways, here's what I've done so far skills wise. I have gotten. This was all kind of part of a loop. I got my smithing's up to level 63. I need a point so I could improve magical weapons and armor.
Oh, doggy.
I'm here now. This is what I was trying to get to.
Oh, vampires.
In leveling smithing, I was also like, well, all these things that I'm crafting, I might as well enchant them. And that's because I wanted to get the ability to put two enchantments on the same piece of armor, which I did. I did do that. I've got all of these things here. Um, Here's my main set, which is, you know, I could have doubled these up, actually, now that I think about it. Could have put like lock picking and pickpocketing on the same ones, and
You could have,
smithing and
yeah.
alchemy on the same ones. Ooh. Maybe I'll do that later to cut down some space in my inventory, because there's a lot of stuff. No, because they'd have to have the same things. Okay, the alchemy things and the lock picking things are the same. Alchemy and lock picking, maybe?
No, I'm killing some vampires right now. Wasn't expecting to be killing some vampires, but I just
Chest
followed
issues
this
stuff.
dog
I'm
into a
so sorry.
vampire cave. Oh no.
I had a lot of chest issues for a while. I used to cough a lot when it came to existing because I smoked, and then I stopped smoking, and now I don't cough as much. It's actually really great. Um, I do still occasionally cough if I have like a tickle in my throat, but for the most part, I'm good. It's awesome. Stopping smoking was a big deal. I get chest pains on my right side most days. Yeah,
Oof, I'm dead.
that's no fun.
I died.
He's doing the legendary survival type, so he has chosen the hardest way to do his first run.
The problem is whenever anyone's wearing like heavy armor, I do like no damage. It's fine when they're wearing light armor, like this vampire thrall.
The doctor here don't do craps. I've learned to live with it. Ugh, I'm so sorry. Being told off by a gremlin child. Which gremlin child?
All your children are gremlin children.
All children, not all her children. All children
Oh,
in general.
all children in general.
She doesn't have kids.
I was guessing. I thought it was Nat.
Oh. I'm being chased by a saber cat.
Hi, vampire.
This place.
Not mean to take your armor. Well,
Yeah, I'm
now you're
doing like
naked vampire.
I'm just a lot of the time is just exploring and read out. Okay. A lot of the times what I'm doing is just exploring, looking for books.
Okay. I guess the dog barking.
The smallest one
Like,
as I finished my ice cream off. Aw, thank you. That's gonna be really awesome to see. Nope. Don't you dare hurt my horse. She deserved it. I used to love
oh
wearing
no.
Forsworn armor because I used to be a hoe. I'm sorry. Sorry to any hoes out there. I feel called out. Look, it's like bikini armor. That's what I mean.
I'm definitely gonna die again. Grab me and health potions. Okay, that doesn't matter.
Kids always think whatever you have, they should have too. Exactly.
They do, yeah. They're just entitled. Kids are entitled.
Get there. Am I anywhere near where I should be going? Eh? Maybe.
Sure, it's some human survival mechanic.
Oh, this way. Yeah, this makes sense. This is a path. I think where I'm going right now is not easy to get to.
Potions, any good potions?
But I have
that might
all. Oh. So I downloaded this right here. This thing is called the Book of Books. It's not worth anything, and it's just given to me for free. But it's a list of all the books in the game. And each one that has a little icon next to it, and by icon, it's a literal icon. Those are all the books I've collected so far, and I can read all of the ones that I have collected so far, even though I'm keeping them at the house too. Gotta hop off for a bit. If you're still on when I'm done, I'll join in again. Okie dokie, sounds good to me.
Yeah, take your time. There's no rush. We'll be around for a while.
Yeah, we're playing this all day anyways. And a lot of it, we've actually found ourselves talking to ourselves while we're playing.
Yeah. Yeah, we do indeed talk to ourselves quite a bit while we're playing this. You just
Kind of
really gonna
fun.
sit in the way, Barbas?
People are gonna think I'm anti-Forsworn. I don't give a fuck. Just don't attack me. I'm not anti anything. I'm not political. My bard is political.
He
I'm like,
really
I'm
is.
not getting involved in the Civil War, and he's like,
Civil War, count me in.
ugh. He's like, wow. He's like singing a song about how Ulfric's the worst, and I'm like, wow.
Sing me a song, Mr. Ulfric man.
I'm just like, wow. I love politics in my music. Like, I'm a librarian. I don't give a fuck. I will say, if it seems like I'm a little OP right now, I worked my ass off to get to this point. So I'm gonna take it. And I'm not super OP. These are just people. When I fight bears, it's still hard. Ooh, more scaly photophilia. Hello, welcome in, welcome in. Dratum? Dr. Oh, Dr. Adam who?
Dr. Adam who? Welcome in, welcome in.
Took me a second. It's like
I
Drow.
hope you are having a good time.
I'm not very bright. Sorry. So welcome in, welcome in.
I suppose I should just summon something. I think I got a flame atronac. That'll work.
You know what we're gonna do? Here's what we're gonna do. We're just gonna put on, because we're really bad at this stuff. Our lock picking stuff. There we go. Still break it.
How you doing, Dr. Adam? Who?
Like Doctor Who, but his name's Adam.
Who's Adam?
I need to watch Doctor Who with you, babe.
We should watch Doctor Who at some point.
After One Piece. They're both long.
Pretty much going to be the same time commitment, right?
Ooh, if we started back from the original
OG stuff. What about the
Who?
lost episodes? We'll
Ooh,
find them again. Spin a time machine.
we started out with all those, then yeah, it'd take a really fucking long time.
Wait, really chasing down my flame atronac?
Look, you're being
God
very
damn it.
political right now, Stenvar. I didn't ask. To be fair, I did pick him up in a.
Oh.
I did pick him up in a Windhelm, didn't I?
Probably.
No, I did. I for sure did.
Definitely does sound like a Windhelm name. Stenvar. He's a Nord.
I had to pick him. Yeah, he is an Ord. I picked him up in. Yeah, I picked him up in.
What's Faendale doing? Where are you? You just sitting off there not helping? Good Faendale. That means I can get some good one-handed
I
experience.
steal his heart, can't I?
Die, Vampire Night Stalker.
Doing this.
Ooh. Vampire armor of major conjuration. That looks like some pretty decent light armor. I'll take it. I'm gonna be
Ooh,
selling it probably.
it's
Or
rough.
disenchanting it.
Oh shoot! Can we paralyze him? Do you want me to paralyze potion?
I sold my paralyzed potion. Probably should have kept it. Might have helped with some things.
Okay, okay. New plan. New plan. I'm gonna die. Apparently, that's my new plan.
No, don't die.
Can I survive? Can I make it? We've
Charge.
already gotten into. We're already in the death animation, but can we come back from it? Nope.
Probably not. If you're in the death animation, I don't think so.
Oh my god! No, I did. I was able to come back from it.
You survived?
Yeah.
Did you like chug fruit, eat food or something?
Yeah. I'm gonna try and pacify him. Oh, now I'm dead.
Oh no!
Oh no, I'm alive! I don't know what happened. I don't know what happened. I got his heart though.
I don't think the
How
game
on
even knows what
earth
happened.
did I do that? Dude. Dude, I should be dead 100 times over. There's no way. The funny thing is that I'm still struggling here to I'm still struggling here to do basic stuff on, and I'm playing on like adept. I'm not even playing on like any semblance of difficulty.
I die so much. I'm jelly. Dogs probably continued further ahead. There might be more vampires, so sneaky. Maybe I can get some sneak attack. Come back, doggy. Oh my god. I don't have Lumiere up.
You're the worst.
You got the first that you gave me head pat evil.
Yep, I'm the worst.
Da worst.
I need to be the first, so you know I'm
Lumiere
the
is
best.
Wanna be the
I'm your
very
biggest
best.
fan. Let's consider cleared. Okay, because I'm only like here still. I really need to stock up on food. I need to start robbing people. Or just buying food. I can afford it now. I have so much money. Yeah, I can actually afford
Findo,
to.
turn around and whack the vampire that's whacking you, please.
I should go around and just buy a bunch of food from innkeepers, you know?
I genuinely don't know where the dog's gone again.
Is he following you?
No, I'm supposed to be following the dog,
Oh.
and he's run off into a vampire cave somewhere. I'm just slowly working my way through the vampires.
Oh, I'm frozen. I'm not dead. I'm like paralyzed in a way. Oh no, I
Looking at
did
me.
die.
Look at Findo. Oh. Who did you just kill? Oh, you're summoning people. Oh. That guy was targeting me and not Fando. God damn it, Fando.
Damn.
At least I can probably follow the dog again. Yeah. God damn this dog.
I do have a plan B.
Run, 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 run. I have so many quests that different things progress while I do random stuff.
Shit. Hey, how come you can see me? I'm invisible. Hey, 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 rude.
Oh, have they activated the hacks again?
Damn, he's too powerful for pacify. Okay, okay. My illusion doesn't work on him because he's too powerful. Gotcha, gotcha. I'm gonna die.
Oh, that's right. Vampire undead, so they probably. God fucking damn this dog.
Hmm. Okay. I suck at this. Hmm.
What?
See if we can't slow down a bit. Oh my god, I need to probably just
Can I cast Calm on this vampire? Probably not.
what do I do? What I'm trying to think what I do. At least for right here, I could probably just do this.
Just trying to take out this vampire
Okay,
Night
don't
Stalker.
target me at least right here.
God damn it.
Oh my god. Is it just I'm like afar? Like I just happen to be in the way, maybe? How close I am to dead there.
Findo, where have Findo? Good thing we've got an immortal dog. Flames.
He'll be fine. He'll be fine. Shit, the Briarheart guy's here. He's definitely gonna see me.
Fortify health.
Oh no. Oh no. He's gonna be. Oh shit! He sees me. Shit! He sees me. Ah!
You okay?
I'm dead.
No.
I'm so. This is rough. This place is hard. I knew it was too, because of all the briar hearts. They're so strong. I thought I was strong. I'm not. I'm weak.
Almost taking out this Night Stalker. No, don't run away. Don't run away. Okay, fine then. Run away. I'll take out the other one.
I don't know. Should I just get out of here? I really want to get Charlotte or thing. Oh, here's the door. Here's a door. Can we use it? Oh, that's where we just came out of. I feel stupid.
Okay.
Okay.
Gotta keep up with this annoying dog.
What else do I have? Could just
Let
run.
me heal.
Shit.
Fido, where did you go? Come back here. I literally...
Come on. We're both
Woof.
in like a panic
Yes,
right now.
I agree, Barbara. Woof.
Okay. Run, 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 run. Oh my god! I made it in! I made it in! I made it in! I did it! I did it! I survived. Shit!
Where are you going, doggo? Oh, you're turning around to come and face this guy. Okay, good, good.
Okay.
Aggro the
Okay,
throw.
he's down. He's down. He'll be fine. He'll be fine. I'm not a healer. I could just trickery. It's like I put something on and I trick somebody into thinking I was invisible. It's kind of, that kind of thing. That's how I'm. Oh
Pando,
my
you deal with
god!
them.
This isn't even where I meant to go. What the fuck? Oh, right, right. No, 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 no. Yeah. Nope,
Yeah,
nothing.
that guy's dead. Vampire Thrall is dead.
Did I want that? No.
Got an orcish dagger on him. Nice. I guess I will not take that.
Are there any books around here? Are they fighting? Yes. Oh shit. Okay. Good job, Senvar. I keep forgetting his name. Shit. Shit.
You take his Horak so he went to spawn.
He's my hired bodyguard. He needs to survive. Shit. Oh.
Made him up against the corner. Yeah, this bandit has no weapon because I stole it.
I don't know who he's fighting.
Die.
Just a random Forsworn? Maybe? Did you win? Where'd you go?
Invisible bitch.
Where'd you go? Yeah.
Burn. I gotta.
Good job, babe. Apparently, I am also dealing with an invisible bitch.
My one was vampires. You gonna go that way? Yeah, cool. You're just gonna keep going so I can't.
Mine's Forsworn.
Stop. You stupid dog. I've been following this dog for ages. Please tell me we're almost done. Oh, of course, there's spiders.
Oops, Daisy.
Go, Faendal.
I
Whack the
need
spider.
to
We
put.
can actually take its soul.
I'm gonna put frost resistance on my next armor. I'm gonna have to like remake a piece just to put frost resistance on it. It's like ridiculous.
Stop running off the fine then, dog.
I
You're
know,
just gonna
bitch.
float in front of me, dog? Don't assert dominance like that.
T-posing.
Yeah.
You know what? I'm
Okay.
gaining lockpicking experience. I don't care.
Why do I feel like there's
Child is
something
now
around here?
speaking. Good, good.
What's in this chest? Money. I need to go back through this entire. Oh, black soul gem. I need to go back to this entire cave system. Actually explore. Oh, that vampire thrall was not wearing good armor. Yeah, just a regular iron stuff.
He's still on my hoodie. He's using it as a blanket. That's adorable, though.
That adorable bastard. How dare he steal hoodie? Let's
Okay, I
go,
feel like I need to
Fido.
be in here for something.
Oh, master vampire, huh?
This is the one. That's the one.
Findo. Okay, I'm dead.
Yeah. But also, I think there's one over here as well.
Not only am I cold, I'm
Shit.
hungry. Let me eat some food.
Ooh,
I'll take.
new book. That's definitely not Shalador's book, though. Oh, goodness gracious. Okay. So we could go down there, which is probably where we need to go. Let's go in here
Hiding. I
first,
can
because we
actually
did
do
just unlock
stuff.
this. I imagine this is just like a probably chest or something. Oh, this is how to leave? Oh,
Okay, okay.
that was a pretty lame prize.
Salt pile. This just has a bunch of money. This
So,
is a black soul gem.
like a take us to where we need to go faster kind of loop. I think it's going to take us down there anyways. I'm fine. I want to go through this way.
Okay, this vampire thrall was weak.
My sister sent a picture of my niece doing a little dance recital thing.
Yeah.
You know, I don't want to sound pretentious or anything, but you know, she's kind of terrible. It's like she can't even focus on on her shit. Don't even know how she's planning, how she intends to become like a professional of any sense. It
Definitely gonna need a lot more practice.
needs so much more practice. I love her so much. Oh my god, she really is such a sweetie, but fuck, damn, just terrible.
Go, flame out your neck.
Up here,
No, I don't want. Oh my god, this room is
again.
full of so many different vampires. Yeah, Faendal. Take the aggro.
Okay, and this is another out, another up.
I can do good damage if Faendal take the aggro. Don't let me get killed. I am the important one. You, Faendal. Don't reload the world when you die. Yeah, that's the one vampire
Oh
down.
shit. Okay, I'm good. She just does fire, yeah? Oh, then I'll
I'm
be
dead.
fine.
God damn it.
Mm.
Oh,
Oh, I
so
see.
much death.
Take that. Take that. Take that. Oh, she dead? Okay, cool. Oh. That's why I had this area unlocked, because of Maroon's razor. Well, I think there's a few other
if one of the
other
dogs
reasons
up
I
there
needed to come
could
here
just...
anyways. No, can't use it, but
Probably not now that
maybe
Faendal's gone in.
this, potentially.
But if Faendal's gone in, I can probably summon a
You bitch! Why you do this to
flame
me?
Metronach.
You hate me or something? I feel like that's a pretty powerful word, yeah?
That's the Master Vampire. That's
So was this
just a
not where I
reanimated
needed to
candidate.
go for that quest then? I just needed to come here for the pommel?
Oh no, stop killing me. Oh, this is the Master Vampire. I'm definitely not getting through him.
It might not be here.
The dog's supposed to be who has your aggro, not me.
Maybe it's through that other door. There is an Ella game in the chat, so if you guys are looking for a superstar alien Pokemon,
We are definitely not ready for this room. But I might have a cheese. Faendal, wait here. Don't follow the dog. The dog is a lie.
oh, I keep falling.
I might be able to do it this way.
Trying
Go,
to jump.
go,
I don't know if you.
Barbas.
Oh, you know, I bet that that one shout that would like the whirlwind shout. I bet that would really help right here if I had it. But I'm just a librarian. I don't have that.
Go, immortal dog.
I'm just gonna leave.
Take aggro so I can get sneak attacks.
We can't tell him off as she started saying, "Oh no," when he does something wrong. Starts doing what? Start when he starts doing wrong what? I feel like you didn't finish that sentence.
I don't think I'm getting sneak attacks. But that's okay.
I really wish that I was given more information about this fucking book. Or page something. Where is this?
Die, vampire.
Oh, I see. Oh
How
my
did that go
god.
through you?
Random troll? He's
Yeah,
human
one
wolf
vampire
though,
dead.
so
You killed that Imperial. Good work, doggo.
good job. I'll help.
Okay, so when the vampires die, they get summoned back as reanimated vampire.
That's super fun. That's super fun to deal with, huh, babe?
But once they die a second time,
Then they're dead for real.
then they turn to ash and are dead for real.
That makes sense.
It's all because of the stupid master vampire.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't come after me. I'm squishy. I'm squishy and weak. Fandel! I told you to wait. Okay, I guess you're charging in now. I'm fine with that.
Interesting. Oh.
Let's take your DOS arrows
I
and
don't know
let's
what that
take your
was,
weapon.
but it felt like it hurt.
I'm carrying too much to be able to run. Yeah.
Oh. Oh. Did we already come in here? We did. Huh. Was this door open or not open?
I think I might have it this time.
I could have potentially been closer. I didn't even know. Good job. Proud of you.
Still 2 more vampires to kill. I could easily die if they turn their aggro to me. But as long as they focus their aggro on an immortal dog or Fandel, I'm good.
Mm-hmm. Put this up over here. And then put this here. Oh, that's
I'm gonna do
much
something
worse.
stupid and just like cast calm on him. Nope, he resisted calm. Nope. Oh my god, you got a watch streak of 5,
Welcome in,
honey?
Sebros. You butt.
Oh.
Way to say hello
No.
by screaming at me.
Welcome in, Severus. So I died because the master vampire backed up, and then in attacking the dog, he started an assassin, like an execution animation on me, and I died immediately.
Wow. I'm trying to avoid the briar heart.
You know, the thing is, the master vampire was so low on health as well.
Because you're really weak. I mean, not really weak. I guess, like, yeah, probably. I don't know. Are you just, like, really squishy?
Oh yeah, I'm really squishy, and it takes so much to kill anyone.
Oh, there,
Fandel, you're trying to go in again.
Maybe. Either way, I have learned that this is not where Shalador's papers are. Her writings are. I did get a new book,
Why couldn't
so
I own that?
not a complete loss. What it yeah, it considers both of
It's
these areas
3:43
cleared.
a.m. But you should be sleeping, but you gotta go to work in a bit. Oh, my condolences to tomorrow.
Nah. What time do you have to get up for work?
Three 30.
Oh, what? Oh. Wait,
Dog.
so are you late for work then? No, you have to go to work in about 12 hours. Ah, you'll be all right.
Yeah, you got this. This is horrible. Dog, why are you glitching out? Fandel's gonna die because of you.
Did you? Happy belated birthday. That's great.
Oh, happy belated birthday.
That's
Yeah.
awesome.
Did you do anything interesting? Um,
No, you didn't do anything different. So,
that's okay.
I'm gonna go talk to Urag again because this is some bullshit. Well, actually, I'm gonna go to the house first, drop some stuff off,
No,
then go talk
like
to Urug. Because my inventory's full. You don't do anything? Me either. I just wanted to pop in for a bit.
moo.
Gotta go to bed, get some good sleep, have a good time at work. I'm glad you had a good birthday, even though you didn't do anything different.
Honestly, doing nothing for a birthday sounds fantastic.
It's a mood.
Take a pause. But yeah, have a good day. Thanks for stopping by.
For sure.
Don't walk in the way of my attack. Okay, that's the one vampire dead. Oh, and then something decided to target me and instantly killed me.
Way goes.
I think it was the master vampire. Yeah, you wait here, Faendal.
Actually, I'm gonna bring
Otherwise, we
these
just
to
get.
Medici because I have it.
Otherwise, we just get caught up in each other. Go, dog, go! Aggro them all and pull them away. Do I have? Am I infected? Oh my god!
Well,
I've been infected by these vampires.
gross.
Oh my god! I instantly killed that vampire. If I have a charged, two-handed, well, a charged dual-wield attack, I will instantly kill a vampire.
Nice.
The bloodied vampire, or whatever they're called. As long as I also get the sneak attack damage. The sneak attack's important.
I'd probably have a lot more weight available to me if I wasn't carrying around all these fucking potions.
No, Master Vampire, attack the dog, not me. I'm squishy. Okay, of course I got hit by a frost attack.
Oh, that's what I needed to do. Glad you mentioned something. Okay, what am I gonna replace?
You're welcome.
Yeah, I want to try and make frost resistance armor, or put frost resistance on a piece of armor. I just don't know what yet.
You can do the 2-effect armor now, can't you?
Yes. This just costs 22% less to cast. I could probably get rid of the illusion spells cost 22% less to cast. So I can make another circlet. Magicka regenerates faster. And frost resistance. Can I do frost resistance on a... I don't even know if I could put it on a... Let me see if I could put it on a headpiece.
No. Oh, of course that vampire died. A master vampire is so annoying because he just resurrects them. You wait here, Faendal. In fact, I want to give you some stuff.
Nope. Do I even
Oh,
have...
I can give this to you.
Oh, I do have resist frost. Okay. It does not go on a helmet though, so the circlet won't work.
I gotta try and kill so many vampires. There's like 3 vampires and a bloody vampire, then a master vampire, as well as summons. Stop getting stuck, you stupid dog. You're the one supposed to be leading me, Fido.
I could probably do a necklace that does. I could probably do a necklace that has both.
Hey Fandor, let's just wait back here.
I've done that pretty one too. Oh, little rock star. What is that again? One-handed attacks. Because I've already got 2 other things that increase my one-handed attacks. No, I have 3 other things. I have 4 pieces. Hold on. Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4. I literally have 4 pieces that have one-handed attack increase. I can get rid of 1 for frost resistance. Resist fire, resist frost.
Okay. Okay.
What is my current frost resistance? Fire resistance 44.
Let's just take off your arm from that vampire.
That away. I'm gonna go see if I can't get an enchanting potion. Do I have one? I don't think I do. No.
This master
I have
vampire's
the
low.
ability to make one. Hold on.
The master vampire's dead. He can't summon the other ones anymore. Okay. Now 2 more.
My 2 of these ingredients on alchemy. Okay, blue butterfly wings, snowberries. I can do that. I have so many of those. And I can make it really powerful because of my potion thingy.
She's gonna attack me.
My alchemy shit.
Don't attack me. Attack the dog.
Blue butterfly wings and snowberries.
Okay, there's 1 regular vampire left.
Nice. I believe in you.
Thank you.
I am going to.
She's running away. She's dead. We did it. Oh.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
Okay, I am going to take off my hoodie really quick because I'm sweltering.
It is a very warm hoodie. Some would say it's a danger hoodie. Hmm?
To get you to brush my hair later.
You want me to brush it like in a moment?
Later.
Now?
Do you want to brush it now? You're streaming.
I don't mind brushing it on stream.
That is entirely up to you, but I'm not requesting you to do that. Yes, 20% stronger.
Fandor, You can follow
Is there
me again.
something about restoration potions? I don't think it's a restoration. I don't want to do like a restoration loop. I just want to see if like if I take a restoration potion, is it gonna be stronger? I don't have any healing potions. I should probably make some, huh? Well, here's one. Potion of healing.
No.
I think it works like that.
Classic is vile.
Restore health. No, not with the. Oh yeah, with this one. Woo. I can make some really good health potions. Blue. And fuck, I forgot the other thing was. Snowberries. No. It didn't work. Wait, what else could I use? Wargraven Claw. Does it make it stronger? I don't have that. Ancestor Mothwing Spriggan Sap. I have that. I do have Spriggan Sap. Oh, would that be a stupid addition?
Please tell me no more fighting.
Alright, well.
The Rueful Axe. Oh my god, that's horrible. Okay. Now the dog's following me, which is good. Now I can go back and loot this place. Is there anything worth it in the rest of this? Honestly, I need to go to town and sell stuff. And then come back. And oh, there it is. What's in the chest? Meridia's beacon.
Did you pick it up?
No. I know the memes.
The thing is like I've gone to do Meridia's Beacon before once when I played on like PlayStation.
Yeah.
And there was a bug going on.
A what?
A bug.
Okay.
Where because it's supposed to raise you into the sky at one point and take you somewhere. Mine raised me out of the sky and then dropped me and then killed me.
But yeah, I guess that's one thing I could do.
Not intended.
Let's go back to Riverwood. Come on, friends. I've now got an immortal dog and the Fiend Elf following me, which is great. I imagine there's some sort of exploit where you can just attack Barbus and he just doesn't get angry and you can get infinite skills from him. Probably.
What? Why did I do that?
Felt cute.
No, I just
Oh, I was gonna
accidentally
brush your hair.
took off all my clothes. Damn, it's my own fault. Ooh, 46%. Got an extra 2% out of it. Oh, I forgot to name it again.
How stinky are we today?
What do you mean? Oh, I don't know. Let me think. Okay, I can do it both.
Oh, you can do both of it?
Yeah.
Oh, yes, that's right.
So, stinky, I am 16% stinky, and
Oh,
Tristan is. Oh, I can't because you're not watching me.
I am.
26% stinky. You are 10% more stinkier than me. Here you go. I don't know why I didn't show up at first. That was weird.
Because we're in a shared chat.
Maybe, I don't know.
Who do you think the stinkiest is going to be today?
The stinkiest?
Yeah.
Might show up Sims. Hmm. No, it's not your fault. But look, I got fire resistance and frost resistance. I should probably be shock resistant. But probably not. Fine. I don't really run into shock all that much. When I do, it sucks. But frost is way worse. I wish there was a way of like clearing enchantments off of an item and then being able to like washing it or something. Washing the enchantments off.
Like, take it, like in,
Yeah, like a grindstone.
the grindstone.
Hold on, I'm gonna take the headset off so you can brush my hair easier.
Dropping everything. Oh no, I'm causing problems by brushing your hair on stream. I'm sorry.
It's not your fault. I need to brush my hair more often.
It's all my fault because I don't brush your hair more often.
I have my hubby brush my hair, guys. He's really good to me.
I am the worst. You'll not find a worse person than me in all of history. Imagine that, loving your wife.
Oh my god. Right.
How uncommon it is.
I love you. Thank you. You got to get love you. I don't understand why some of these have little diamonds on them and some don't.
Put headphones on, and I.
I'm gonna get a bonus if I wear it because
I can
it's
hear
light
you again.
armor. These would have a diamond on them too, yeah.
Are you stuck?
I don't
Wait
know.
2 hours. Probably appear again. You're not Fandel. You're a guy on a horse.
I think I'll try to.
I'm gonna go back to that cave anyway.
These aren't particularly heavy on their own. I think it's the potions that I'm having an issue with. I'm gonna just like not sell things while I'm streaming because it's super tedious.
Are you just gonna chuck everything into like storage?
Yeah.
I really should do Bleak Falls, shouldn't I?
Maybe.
Get some dragons in the world afterwards. And then die every time I come across them.
5. You know it's a bad day when they make 6 to 7 chicken nuggets? What do you mean? Like, did you order a 10-pack of nuggies and only get 6 to 7?
High five, welcome in. Oh, Faindel's back. I hope the day looks brighter.
Ben.
Yeah, what happened?
Oh, tell me everything.
Oh, did they only make 67 chicken nuggets in your whole area and there was a massive war over them? Is that what happened?
Oh, I just realized 6, 7 chicken nuggets. There's frozen nuggets in the shape of a 6 and a 7. Oh, no.
Oh,
It's
yeah, didn't we see them in the shops?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Oh,
I'm
we
pretty
saw 'em
sure that
being-
I think we saw a 6, 7 mod for something.
Yes, yeah, yeah. We hate children.
Children, oh no.
We hate children.
Dino nuggies are the best. You know, but 6, 7 nuggies? No, 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 no. Big no, no, no.
I'm doing wonderful. How are you doing, my love?
Did you
I
say
did.
my love?
Yeah, I'm talking to you.
Oh. Oh,
Five,
I'm doing good.
five asked both of us.
I thought
I'm doing wonderful.
I
How are
thought
you
you
doing?
I thought you called 5 your love. I was like, I mean, he's cool and all, I guess.
No,
It's not like me.
I'm talking to you if I ever say my love.
Okay, fine. I'm doing good. I'm great. I am playing me some Skyrim. I'm having a good time.
You just had
I'm
your
not
hair
eating.
violently
I
ripped
just had my
out.
hair violently ripped out. I am not eating 6, 7 nuggets. I'm eating. Well, I had regular nuggies earlier with Korean sticky barbecue, spicy sticky, spicy
Sticky
sticky.
barbecue, Korean sticky barbecue sauce, but by the nature of being Korean, it's also a bit spicy.
It's so good.
Yeah.
My doctors questioned me and my plate of dino nuggies and fries, and I'm like, let a grown ass man have his moment. Exactly.
Dinies, Dinies?
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
Dino nuggies are cool.
They are cool. I have learned that I'm not like the biggest fan of tempered nuggies, though.
Yeah, the tempura,
Tempered? I say tempered. Like
tempura.
chocolate. They can't be covered in chocolate. Wait, it's the worst.
Yeah, the tempura nuggets are definitely like worse than the other ones. It fills the nugget void if you're in a nugget mood. That's about all. If you get actual like proper like tempura chicken or whatever, that's good. It's just the frozen ones don't heat up well.
Yeah, they taste a little soggy.
Yeah.
I am going. Okay, I need to remember to go give the um give the flawless sapphires to Madesi.
I need one more flawless amethyst.
Oh yeah, flawless amethyst. I'm screwed on. I haven't done none of that.
And then you got any interesting stuff?
Oh my god. I both love and hate that.
Oh no. No. We can't stop you.
Cool guy wearing my shades at night and flip my hat backwards. Oh yeah, super cute. Oh my lord. Oh gosh. I was not expecting that. Thank you, Tony. Appreciate the 6, 7 bits. I should have a redeem for that just for the cringe. You send me a cringe amount of bits, I'll do something stupid. I don't know. At some point, I'm also going to not on stream. I'm not going to do it, but at some point, I'm going to go through and combine like smithing with pickpocket or locksmithing with alchemy, that kind of thing, because
Yes,
reduce the
yeah.
amount of things that I have. And it's not like I am short on money at all, so I can do that.
Oh, Vampire Island just uses leather to upgrade? Ooh. Currently does 30. Oh, it's just not better than what I currently have. Scaled armor.
Good morning, Aiko Tristan. Good morning, Hika.
Ika!
Hika, I gotta tell you something. A rat just sent out again, okay? You ready?
Oh no.
He now calls every fox that he's getting ready to kill Hika. He says, "Hi, Hika," and then kills them.
Oh no!
I want you to know.
Not only
I
not
told
only is
him,
she ratting me
I
out, she's
also,
ratting me out with lies.
no, not lies. This truth.
It's happened once. Not every fox.
Well, I don't see every fox that you see. I
Yeah.
just occasionally hear you say, "Hi, Hika."
Usually it's I say, don't tell Hika as I murder a fox. Like, I need their skin to make leather,
Mm-hmm.
so then I can grind my smithing skill.
Damn. Mm-hmm. New person magic frost damage.
She's a rat, yeah.
I'm a rat and the worst. What you gonna do?
Marry you again.
See, he clearly likes it.
What is? Oh, that's a
Oh,
cow.
oh, that's nice.
Oh, he's offering a cow to the giants. It freaked me out. I thought it was like a saber tooth.
There's so many. Why do I have specific? I have 2 potions of invisibility that last for 79 seconds.
Interesting.
Keep that. I'm trying to put some stuff away, and then I'm gonna go. So we're doing 2 different runs, Hika. I am doing a modded librarian run, and it's very, there are a lot of restrictions on what I can and can't do. And then he is doing a legendary, legendary survival run, and it's his first run.
Yeah. I
You
died so
killed a
many times.
fox? Oh my gosh.
Oh my god. Who are you? What have you done with Hiko?
Question. I have a question for you, legitimately, okay? Because sometimes I get like this. Do you, when you know you have to kill an animal that you love, like in Minecraft, I've had to kill pandas, okay? Let's be real. Do you cover your eyes when you do it, or close your eyes, squint your eyes while you do it, and scream, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry, I'm sorry"? Or is it just me?
How many days have passed? Is there a way I can... Oh, general stats will tell me. Dungeons cleared 4. Days past 41.
How did you figure that out?
In your like settings menu thing, there's a general stats tab at the top. I don't know if your rework of things have altered things, like your UI.
I don't know. Check it in a second. Trying to.
If it's Axel,
What
I'm
the
just like,
fuck?
whoops, and slowly back away.
Do I want that? Like, poison of lingering damage magicka. Drains the target's magicka by 20 points per second for 10 seconds. But it also restores 99 points of health. Can I drink that? I can. I just drank some. No, I just put it away. Can I use it? No, I can only poison the glass dagger. I'm not. No. No, I'm not doing that. If it's
Yeah,
accidental, I'm just like, oops, and slowly back away. But if it's on purpose, I'm just like, I didn't do
how
that.
do I make
And then
scale?
sneak the
How do I
dead
make
body in my
scale?
backpack. No! That's awful. Alright, I don't use that. I don't use that.
Mm,
I think I'm good here. Put that away. Oops.
jewelry, elven leather,
Monster.
steel.
Both of you
So I can
terrible.
upgrade scale, but I can't
I don't
make
even need to kill
scale.
foxes. There's no point in killing foxes. He just does it because he loves it. He's like, I love murder and hate foxes for some reason. That's what he said. That's a lie. What am I doing now? Okay, I need to go talk to...
She's lying. Don't listen to her lies, Hiko.
You'll never know what's a lie and what's the truth.
Hika's siding with me. Murder is fun
Okay, I am going to go...
in Minecraft.
Yeah, yes, I'm saying. What was that?
I'm gonna take the Minecraft defense.
That's a bird. Okay, I'm gonna go to Whiterun and try buying a bunch of food because I just want to heal more. You know, maybe I should buy a bunch of healing potions and food. You know, I could do both. They probably only got alcohol here, huh? What you sell? Cabbage.
Cabbage.
Good old
Hiko.
Whiterun, the place I completely slaughtered after becoming a werewolf. Oh my god! I just do a quick save and murder Nazim whenever I'm feeling like it, you know? He pisses me off every once in a while. I have to stop, save, and then kill him. I did actually kill somebody in Falkreath, like full on, like was just like, he's dead, I hate him. But he deserved it.
Was it me?
No, it was the guy who says, I cannot believe that Skyrim lets something like you walk around.
She killed me. I could make... Yeah, let's just make some more leather armor and sell it.
Make health potions? What do I need to make really awesome health potions? Hold on. Health potions.
Findo.
Skyrim.
Take my
Blue mountain
burdens.
flower and wheat. Oh, I have like so much wheat. I could have... Whatever. Blue mountain flower and wheat. So none of that's here. Oh, wheat is. Yeah, alright, I'll do that. Okay. I will probably kill Nazim at some point. Because he is a bitch. I don't say that lightly.
Why do I just have glass?
You use that for building your house. Or decorating your house.
Oh, okay. Still... Oh, I've got over 10k right now on me.
Nice.
Ingot. Silver, steel ingot.
Books. I don't care about that.
I will give... Oh, it would have really helped if I put my my necklace of one-handed attack damage on and not my haggling necklace
I'm sure
that entire time.
it was important that you haggle for...
For my life.
Yes. Please don't kill me. What have you got for sale? Food stuff, please.
I'm smart.
Mm,
I'm gonna
for
sleep
at
in your
least
Silda's
10.
house.
If it heals me for at least 10, I'm buying it.
Why not? I didn't sleep long enough.
No, goodbye. I should tell her. Hold on. Yeah. Okay, I'll speak with you privately. Then let's do it. Let's fucking go.
This is a really awkward conversation with Isilda.
About the ring? Is it the marriage one?
Yeah.
It is so awkward, isn't it?
You're my wife, Isilda. You okay with me apparently proposing to someone else? What?
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly how I felt. And I was also confused because I sold my wedding ring to Isolde, so I thought that's what that was about. I forgot about that other quest. I was like, what? I was like, oh God, she knows I sold our wedding ring. She's like, the least you could do is put a down payment on that wedding ring. It was really hard to make it or something. And I'm like, you made that? Uh-huh. 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 Yes.
What
I
have you
should
got?
probably
Tell us.
RP this a bit. I don't think this is my responsibility, Sadia. I'm just looking for books. I just wanted to give you a heads up. I don't feel like this is any further my responsibility. Do you see how dramatic this is, Sadia? Why? Why do you trust me? Is it just because I told you the truth? Why would you tell me everything? Okay, now she's threatening me. Maybe I have to do it because she's threatening me. I don't want to be cut in half. And just start RPing this more. It'll be more fun.
Breaks 20%
Stop
off.
skipping through dialogue.
Just RP. I mean, you can if you want.
Excuse me, can I steal your cheese? Carlotta, what have you got for sale? She's like, life's hard enough without all these men. And I'm like, what have you got for sale though?
Yeah, that's the important part. What are you selling?
Okay, now what do you want? Is somebody giving you trouble, Carlotta?
Okay, let me go.
That's so aggressive. Oh my gosh.
I am making a mess out of Bellathor's shop. I keep running over his little table with
Conquer you as a true nor conquers any harsh beast. Wow. I'm gonna talk to him. Yeah, don't worry about it. No, don't you worry about it. I may just be a librarian, but I've got a dagger. I could scare him. I'll be right back. Be right back. Don't worry. Yeah, I know exactly where he is. I just saw him a minute ago. I'm gonna kick his ass.
kick his
Mikhail!
behind.
The fuck, bruh?
Oh, yeah, I should
Leave
probably
her alone.
vegetable soup. And then, like, I don't know.
Do you not understand how creepy? Do you not understand how creepy this is? Leave her alone or else. Yeah, yeah. Now sing me a song.
Sing me a song, Mr. Piano Man.
I'm leaving. I didn't even want to listen to the song. Just sing me a song.
Do I have
He's
water
leaning on
potions? I
nothing.
do have a water
I'm
potion.
gonna stand behind him. I can't say anything. If you guys look, like my arrows aren't even touching my back. It's very immersion. Much immersion. Good. I don't know.
We love Emerge.
Yeah, merge. No, because then you're gonna want to move in with me, and I'm not all about that life.
Oh, Elven Hour is a 16 damage? That's good.
Let's go to Felcree. Yeah.
Okay, I've just spent a shite ton of money with...
Whoa. The fuck with all these guards, dude.
Nice, all these books I can sell back to you.
What the hell's happening here? Weird. Okay, alright, we're gonna go in here. Yep. Dead man's drink. Does that mean the owner is that guy I killed?
Let's
Thank you. Thank you so
enchant my
much.
scaled
Appreciate it.
pants with
She's so nice to
something.
me. So nice. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm married. What have you got for sale?
Light armor, yeah, let's
Could I buy
fortify
some
light armor
beef?
by 15.
And that's it. I just wanted beef.
Wait, no. Potions. Enchanted potion. Then let's fortify
mean,
light armor.
if you wanted to, you could. Because, like, I meant, like, I had to keep paying this guy. Also, I wasn't looking. I wasn't looking. It was an accident. Anyways, I should probably get back on a quest, right? Oh, no, I was going to go talk to Ulrog about the quest he sent me on. Because I legitimately have no idea where it is.
One-handed.
He has told me nothing.
Ooh, this ebony mace. Let me fortify something on it. Chalk.
Why are you following me? He's really creepy. This guy's pretty good because I'll come up to him and I'll be able to talk to him and be like, hey, what have you got for sale? And he'll be like, oh, here's some books I have that weren't worth added to the collection, like Forge, Hammer, and Anvil. I don't have that yet. Wild Elves don't have that yet. Now I need to talk to him anyways because this motherfucker won't tell me where to go for this quest. What's this? Have I read this? Rise and Fall of the Blades? Is it the Rise and Fall of the Blades? That could be my 200th book.
Okay, then carry weight I think is the best I have.
I have read that. Okay.
For
Now.
yeah, for money. Archery.
I'm
Yeah,
guessing
fortify
nothing else
archery
feel like
on
a
the helmet.
pivot. Oh my god, Jesse. Oh my
Did you just get
gosh.
jump scared?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah.
She's evil to me. She hates me,
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Make her know what true fear is.
So mean to me. Actually, he was getting ready to sell me expert stuff. I wonder if... Oh, wait. What's my level? I wonder if my level's high enough that the other mage guy, Travis? Darvis? Something, will sell me better illusion skills. You're showing your love. Yeah, I see how. Showing your love, my ass.
I love your ass. That's what you meant, right?
Tristan's a pervert.
Hey, you're the one who said it.
Hi. To start working on actually learning Japanese. I learned how to say cereal earlier. Shirio or shit. What is it?
Shiaru.
Shirio. Shirio.
Shirio?
Shirio.
It's basically like saying cereal, but with a heavy Japanese accent.
Yeah. And I learned kate kudasai is buy, like, buy please. Like, buy this for me. Kate kudasai.
And kudasai, you do
Kudasai is
this,
just
like,
please. Kate kudasai is
yeah.
buy please. Buy this for me, please. Because I was trying to get him to buy me some cereal.
Yeah.
And he did. So he's a good husband, and I don't really ask for too much, I don't think. Cereal.
Yes, a cereal and the world.
Only your world, baby.
You already are my world.
And I get myself. Apple pies, take these cheeses. Not you. Where is that guy? I don't know what room is his. Okay. I think this is his room. Okay, I'm like 95% sure this is his room.
Hopefully I can make a fortified bottle with all those ingredients. Yeah.
Ha ha ha, I knew it. No, not any better ones this time. But he does offer me expert robes now. And master robes, it looks like.
Ooh.
I don't want them. I'm just glad that he offers them.
I'll take that.
Stenvar, calm your tits. Well, he didn't do it. Urag didn't do Ulag? Ulag? Ulag or Urag? Urag. Did not do a very good job of showing me where. See, it doesn't even. I can't even click show me on map. It doesn't have an option for that. What if I just gotta hopefully find it one day?
Yes. You know it, baby.
Okay, what do we do? What else we got? Oh yeah, we gotta. Let's go. Medesi? Maybe attack from Medesi? Why does he want so much shit? Oh, it's all of it.
I want to keep that.
Yeah, no. No, I'm not gonna do that. No. The copy of the last king of the Aelids. Oh, and I forgot to talk to Carlotta about my Mikhail. Oopsie daisy. I'll go tell her now. No worries. My bad. Gonna try and give me a reward. I don't even want anything from her. So glad I made those Skyrim peoples prettier. He won't be bothering you. Yes, I
The
did.
true love. Disenchant my wedding ring. To learn restoration on rings.
Aw. I love that their hair just like defies physics. Like it's meant to have physics, but floats all over the place. It's great.
Where is
And a copy of Last King of the AEST.
gonna get a
Go to Aethys and Whiterun and pick up the item. I don't know who Aethys is, but apparently now I have to find him and pick up an item. Are you Aethys? No. Are you Aethys? No. Are you Aethys? No. I don't know who Aethys is.
I don't think I have a creep cluster. I do not. So instead I will do Giant's Toe and eat. Wait, before I do this.
Oh, and it just says Whiterun. It doesn't say like in the town of Whiterun. It could be on the outskirts of Whiterun too. Ugh. No. No. I've decided I'm doing a different quest. Map does not tell me fucking squat. Mika, hope you're having a good time. I don't know what you're doing, but I hope you're having a fun time doing it. Witchmist Grove. I think I must have run past it. Sacculum of Boethia. Okay, that's for the Boethia quest. Afternoon. Forsaken Cave. Forsaken Cave. Forsaken Cave, is that one of them?
I have hanging moss.
It is one of the options.
Hagrid Feather and Blue Mountain Flower.
Let's start here. We'll go there. I think that one's going to be easier to do anyways.
Deathbell Sulfile Taproot.
Than what we were doing. I didn't mean to come inside.
Do I have Ice Race Teeth? I got a single Ice Race Teeth. Vampire Dust. And Blue Mountain Flower. No, White Cap. I don't have any. What? I swear I had White Caps. Okay. No.
Nice. Oh, I leveled up.
Nice.
Where did I want to put it? I put it in there. And then, oh, smithing. That's the one. Fantastic. It's a baby twig Pokemon. Yeah, it is. It's adorable, isn't it? I guess I'll go around the mountain. She'll be coming around the mountain when she comes. She'll be coming the mountain when she goes.
I
I don't know what this up here is. That's like a water wheel.
Garlic.
Oh, it's a mill. I see.
Garlic.
I don't know who else this is. I just walked into. Hey. Hey. Anybody in here? No? Cheese? Cheese. Cheese. Butterfish. Eating potion. Don't mind me. I'm not.
Magic
I'm
regen.
not exactly robbing you if you don't see me do it.
That's exactly it, people. Just not a crime if you don't get caught.
Exactly.
Uh,
I feel like I want to plant him into the ground and let him grow into a tree. A pseudo widow. Yeah. Absolutely do it.
I gotta cure my vampirism. Well, not full-blown vampirism, but you know what I mean,
Your
right?
sanguine vampirus disease.
Yeah.
Disgusting. You let somebody sneeze on you. You let a vampire sneeze on you.
I got vampire cooties. Ah.
I think what we're gonna do is we're just gonna.
That's my disease gone, I believe. Just making sure. Yep. Cool.
You don't see nothing. You don't know where I. Oh fuck.
I saw someone before who had a something glitch with their Munda stones, where just they had 3 different Munda stones all in effect at once. Like they had the lover, the
Oh my goodness.
they had the lover, the warrior, and the steed or something like that.
I think you can get multiple Mundus stones with the Ethereum crown. I don't know. I don't know. There's a thing. There's a thing with the Ethereum crown that you can do.
Yeah, but I think that only lets you do 2, and they couldn't play modded because they were playing on the Switch as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, no, it wouldn't be modded. That's vanilla.
Yeah. But I don't think they were playing with
I'm gonna see
I
if
don't
I can
think they
get
had
through
that.
here. The fuck? Did the bear come back? I hear
Barry
him.
come back.
I hear him, but I don't
Oh,
see him.
cool. Take your leak.
I think Stenvar's taking care of him. Yeah. He's fighting him over here. Oh, Stenvar killed the bear.
Oh, I missed some chats because I've been
Schrodinger's robbery. Exactly. Maybe you were robbed, maybe you weren't robbed.
What have you got for sale? Have I bought all your ingredients yet? I have not.
Yeah. So I think my next goal, I think I'm just gonna like start going into all these caves looking for Shalador's writing. And maybe it'll be in one of these. Calm down. Hey, hey, calm down.
What's going on?
I'm calming down bears
Oh,
because they're
nice.
so angry. They're just
Yeah,
so
sometimes
angry
they
for
are.
no reason. I'm just in their home.
Oh my god, you're in a bear's home?
Well, I mean, they live here. They chose it as their home. It's their chosen home.
What are you doing in a hairy guy's home?
Wow. Not that kind of bear, babe.
Yeah, in a hairy gay man's home? Not this time.
Not this time, yeah. Really burped.
Bless you. Orcish bow of animals. Oh, that could be good.
Got shit on me. Got shit on. Okay, so basically what I'm gonna
Ooh,
do is, oh, is that a trap?
smithing, yes!
I'm confused.
I found a smithing,
Oh, I see.
I found a smithing ring and boots or something. And
Very nice. Okay.
yeah.
So everywhere that I have an area unlocked that's black means I haven't been there, but it's on my map. So it's either going to be one of the quests that I still need to do, or it's going to be Shalador's writing thingy. I didn't even test to see if I could pacify him. I was immediately like, he's undead. Maybe it will work on undead, will it not? Oh, nope, he resisted it. Where is Sinbar? Stenbar. That's what I thought. Because I don't have it able to work on undead. Animals, yes.
Magical now, so I can't
People, if I
improve.
get the skill, which I don't. Oops. Undead, absolutely not. Automatons, not yet. I'll show you. Hold on. This is what I have as far as illusion goes and my skills. Calm spells now work on hell level opponents. Is the only one I'm really doing right now. I don't really do that. Undead, Daedra, and Automaton are the last ones. That's level 90. And then this is spells are silent, and this is higher level people. Right now I've only got this one. It's higher level animals. So it works on the bears. I don't have this yet, or this yet, or this. But I'm gonna be working on those next. Because I got my enchanting where I want it to be. The mirror. We don't have that. I hear something. I don't see something. Denvaros. What are you looking at? What you looking at? Nothing. Okay. Ruined book. It's not gonna work. Oh fuck.
What? I
Calm down. Even though it's not gonna work, I still did it anyways. Been to these little areas? Yes. Yes, I have. Okay. Still looking for books.
Where is my necklace? Okay.
Get back here.
Potion. Auto potion. Gonna sell all of these and sell all of these.
Okay. No, that's a gold ingot. I'll take it. Not what I was looking for, but I'll take it. I have to kill this guy before he wakes up. Ooh,
Let's
here's a
just
stealing it.
sell
Nope,
my
not what I
potion.
wanted.
Yeah. All the money from you.
It's gonna wake up. Sometimes you can just tell.
Indel, do you have?
You might be a librarian, but sometimes you could just
Decide
look at a
hold
body and tell when they're gonna come back to life.
Sometimes you can just tell. Yeah.
It's very loud to shout in the Hall of the Dead.
I'll give you that. I'm never gonna wear that ring again.
You said it's very loud. I mean, it's very rude. I'm so sorry, Steinbar. My bad. I didn't mean to. Oh, we were stepping on a pressure plate filled with fire.
Oh, that's for an achieve for a quest. So I can't sell that one. Let me give Feindel all these arrows.
The fact that Fendel is still alive is crazy to me.
I'm just goaded, I guess. No, it's purely just he sits back far enough that I'm the one that dies if shit goes wrong.
Fair.
And if I die, he's alive again.
True. Ew, got a Malamar. Very nice. Why does that make me want chocolate? Is there like a Malamar chocolate bar? Is that what I'm thinking of?
A what?
I don't know. I was trying to think of. I saw that she was catching a Malamar, and I was like, the word Malamar makes me want chocolate,
There is I think there's a Malibu chocolate. Yeah.
not Malibu. Malamar.
Malamar
I
chocolate.
need to Google it. Is Malamar chocolate? I don't know. Okay, Malamar chocolate.
No. Alchemy
Oh
cookie.
my God, there are Malomars cookies that are covered in chocolate.
Oh.
That is what I was
Ooh.
thinking of. I didn't even remember those. Those are like older cookies. Malomar. That's so funny. Totally forgot about those.
Does this one have any?
Ease up. Eventually, we'll probably find something worth doing in here. Why are we here? Nobody knows.
Maybe I should go and explore a Dwemer ruin
Oh, for what
at
reason?
some point. I don't know. Just I haven't yet.
Okay. What you gonna do, boo?
What else could I do? What else could I do? I mean, anything else. I could do literally anything else. Bile Gulch
I'm still looking
Mine.
for Shalador's work.
This is gonna be suicide, but I'm gonna go and try and say hi to a giant.
Go for it.
Because I've got a quest to kill a giant in a giant's camp.
Welcome in, Mr. Knight. Skyrim
Yeah,
is
welcome
going
in.
awesome. I can't.
Good going. This is very hard. How's your Skyrim going?
Mine's going great. I'm in a cave looking for Shalador's. I love this game. I've been playing since launch. Got 4,500 hours, and I'm moderating UESP world.
Oh my god,
That's awesome.
I've honestly never met a wiki mod. That is amazing.
Come in, Wiki Mod.
Yeah. Welcome in. This is my first time playing.
Yep, it's his first time playing, and oh yeah, so you're watching him.
Yeah.
It is. That's exactly what I said. I was like, it's a choice. I'm not doing that.
I'm playing on survival on legendary on my first playthrough, and I feel like everything can kill me. I've died to mud crabs multiple times.
Yeah, he's played on Survival just gimps you, adds weight to gold, debuffs bar replenishment. Oh wow.
My gold has
He
weight?
hasn't
Really?
even been time trapped, or he can't wait. He can't like just like wait because he'll come back and he'll be starving. and exhausted, and then he doesn't fast travel at all because I guess that's
I
disabled.
can't. I physically can't say to fast travel.
It's crazy. And I'm over here like, I'm just getting all the books. Oh no, he knows. He
I
knows.
know.
He's doing it on
I know.
purpose.
This is purposeful.
I'm not doing it. Absolutely not.
And now I'm gonna go say hi to a giant, and I'm gonna quick save first.
I have a
because
primary
I'm
and
gonna
second.
die.
I have a primary and secondary reason for gathering every book. First off, it's a goal I've always wanted to accomplish that I've never
What does it text me?
never
Is it
completed
that
before.
giant?
And the second being because I want to be able to I want to read all of them.
Yeah, yeah.
So
You definitely.
I have
What
this
is the
beautiful
text?
modded book of
Oh,
books. The Legacy of the
Boethian
Dragonborn?
cultists
I don't think so.
fighting mud crabs, and it's alerted me. Last
I don't believe so.
The Legacy of the Dragonborn. I have literally not even done
The main quest yet.
yeah. I haven't done what's his location called again? Bleak Falls. I still haven't done that.
Don't look at me like that, Stedvar. I didn't take your kill, it doesn't matter. We're working together. Asking your friend. I know you're blind as fuck. Oh, me. Okay. No, I don't think so.
Oh.
Also, I'm his wife, so. But I just like
mean,
telling people
you're
that.
not
We are
wrong with
friends.
friend.
We are friends.
Yeah.
We're just also married.
Yeah. She's doing a.
I know I haven't heard of Legacy of the Dragonborn. I don't believe so, at the very least. If I have. Oh, no. It's totally fine. Totally fine. I just want to say, because I like being his wife, and I just want to tell everybody.
I don't need that one.
I wasn't saying it in a mean way. I know some people would be like, excuse me, you can't talk to him because I'm his wife. That'd be so weird. People like that are so cringy.
Oh, it's a mod that adds a full museum to Solitude called the Dragonborn Gallery, where you work as a relic hunter for a voice actor curator. Ooh.
Cool. I might have to do that on another run. Since this is just my librarian run. But that does sound super awesome.
What is detecting me?
I'm gonna have to do that on another run for sure.
Is it these giants or is it this stupid dog?
Ah! I want
Father.
to do a YouTube channel. Well, I have a YouTube channel. We have a YouTube channel. But I want to make some
Not good at
videos
mic like
of me reading through the books so that people like for people to go to sleep to, just people who are like more familiar with our voice and stuff.
Oh.
And then once all of those are read and videos are posted and stuff, I'd be good to start a new run. But I need to get all the books first. That's first step. It's gonna be fun. But that also adds a whole library with a slot for every skill book, and it gives book covers to every book too. That's awesome. That's gonna be fucking awesome. I have a lot of restrictions on my current run. Actually, I read you to them. That's what I said. Yep. I'm gonna read you. All right, let's
Read
see.
you to them.
The things I cannot do. I cannot do the Thieves Guild. So if I want to fence something, I have to wait till I get to level 90. Combine this with another mod called Scribes of Skyrim Fonts and Signatures. I say, oh. And then I can't do Dark Brotherhood. I can't do the Companions. Can't do Greybeards. Can't do Civil War. Can't do Heavy Armor. Can't do Exploits. Can't do Shouts, Vampirism, or Werewolfism. Can't actively kill dragons unless it's required to by a quest and only with a bow. Yeah.
So I just killed a giant.
You're gonna read the Lusty Argonian Miniature? Yes, I am. I have actually read the Lusty
Oh
Argonian
my
Main on stream
god.
multiple times. It's my favorite book. As you know. It's my favorite book. I read to Tristan the other day. I read him Cabin in the Woods. And I read to him the Yellow Book of Riddles.
You did, yes, you did.
Swim. Those are also good.
Okay, so a giant isn't too hard as long as Fandel face tanks. Got it.
Yeah. You're making Fandel face tank. Him as a tank. Yep. That's perfect. Perfect.
The only reason I'm keeping Fandel and not getting anyone else.
What level are you right now?
30,
30.
almost 31.
Yeah, I think he maxes out. At what level does he max out at? And Signatures has the ability to bring a book to its author if you find them in game, and you can get a signed copy of the book. That is so cool. That would be awesome. One of the things I was noticing too with
That
this
is
is
so
I've
cool.
not really paid too much attention to like how some of the books relate to in game before. It's been a long time since I played the game, and before I was just doing it very like surface level. So, but I wound up doing a dungeon the other day, and it was the one with Hilda and oh, what is it? Oh my God, let me get the book. Uh, of something something. Okay, hold on. I'll show you in a minute. I had to scroll through all the books. Don't mind me. All the books are in universe literature, so everything is written by an unreliable narrator. Oh yeah. It was that's why I like it though. Let's see. I'm not a walking one.
Yeah,
Well,
that
I mean, I guess I have all the books on me, kind of, in a way, in this one book. But all the books are technically at my house, and
yeah,
I have
I
a set schedule.
absolutely am loving this game, and I'm loving playing it alongside you. Fandel, did you?
Really gets
Oh,
inside
you
their
got
head,
stuck
like
a little way.
what race and who's the author. Oh yeah, I like that a lot. Of Fury and Holger, right? This one right here, this book. I actually came across the the dungeon with them in it, and I realized actually later when I was going through the second time that the book was in the dungeon as well. I
How
didn't. That's
much
not where I originally
weight
got it, but I'd seen the
money?
book like 400 times up until that point. So I eventually saw when I eventually saw them. It was really cool. I don't know. I just thought it was neat. I have more. What do you mean? A Gentleman's Guide series is fun. Legitimately looks like a travel guide, and when you start reading, it's about a Don Juan talking about women of Sky. I love that. I love that. I have more books. I have to get more. Yeah. No, 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 no. This book right here, the Book of Books, is is um is literally just a book of all the books in Skyrim. The ones that have eyes on them are the ones that I have at at home because that's the ones I've collected. Yeah, I have a Skyrim house, and all of these that have eyes on them are ones that I've collected already, and they're in my house. The ones that don't have eyes, I don't have yet, and I can't click on them.
I accidentally ate things I was putting in the chest. No,
Good job.
that's fine.
At least you didn't do what you did the other day, or what was it, yesterday, where you ate fire salts.
Oh yeah, yeah. I ate my fire salts. I need to collect 10.
He's like, I need to gather 10, and he ate them.
I ate them when trying to put them in
I
Fandel.
didn't even know you could eat them.
Yeah, fire salts are an ingredient.
For a Oh yeah, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. First time playing The Elder Scrolls, I thought it was an alternate timeline real world. Oh really? That's super funny. I didn't think that. I didn't think that. But I think it was definitely something I found to be special. I hadn't done a lot of gaming up until The Elder Scrolls, and then like this game is where I started, and I think I started playing this in 2012. And you know what?
Because I like spicy, Hiko.
Oh,
That's why I ate the fire salts. No, it was an accident. It is an absolutely massive world. We were playing ESO a lot before.
yeah, we've been playing a lot of ESO. I've been
I
and
haven't played it for a while.
since he's never played Skyrim, it was naturally the next step from ESO. I am terrible at lockpicking.
And who knows? Maybe I'll 100% Skyrim before Elder Scrolls 6 is out.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, we have played a lot of ESO, and I've gotten. I think my current character is the highest level one that I've had so far. Dialogue trees in Morrowind work like Wikipedia articles. They're just paragraphs of text, but words are highlighted if you want them explained to you, and there's just pages and pages and pages of dialogue. That's awesome. I actually haven't played Morrowind or Oblivion. At some point, I should probably do that.
I have
Can
seen.
I claim to be a fan of this universe if I haven't played those? Probably. I've tried going to play Morrowind. I really have. I want to let you know what happened when I did, because is it possible to 100% Skyrim? There's Radiant quests, so probably not.
That's what
And
you
then there are
think.
quests you can
I'm
lock
on a.
yourself out of by murder. Like for example, I couldn't do Fendel's quest because I got in town and he was already dead. Don't know how. Just walked in town, there he is on the ground dead. I'm like, all right, well, fuck. Let me see. I tried to play Morrowind, and when I went in there, because my friend said that that's his favorite of the Elder Scrolls series is Morrowind, says it's the best one. So of course I'm like, well, I'm gonna go play that one. And then I tried fighting things, and it was just like, I think it's got an accuracy system where, like, I know I could be like right on it, and it's still gonna miss. And I don't know, it was bothering me. I might be more patient with it now, but it was a while ago that I tried playing.
I have heard about Morrowind, and it's very much just. Oh, I can take these. It's very much like they don't tell you where anything is. You have to just read the quests,
Oh yeah.
which is cool. I like that.
This isn't telling me where I gotta go. I read the quest. Look, I'm gonna read the quest right here, okay? I'm gonna read this freaking quest. This is what I'm working on right now. Okay, not this one.
No, but like there's no map markers or anything. You don't see yourself on the map.
Okay, this is what I'm working on. Shalador's Insights. Find Shalador's writings. That's literally it. And what do I have? I have black things to go off of here. And they could be related to like any other quest. Do I know which ones I need to go to? Absolutely not. So I'm currently in here because maybe that's where it is. And if it's not in here, I'm gonna go here because,
Who
or
do I have to
and then
talk to
here
about
and
that?
then here and all these other black places. I'm just gonna unlock them. I'm exploring. Didn't think there was an end to Skyrim. There's a canonical end, but then they added the DLCs. So then there's a second canonical end.
Oh, we love second and breakfast. I mean, and first. Thank you for 100 gold for killing that giant.
Because the original ending's supposed to be killing Alduin. That's the end of the story, end of the main story. If that's
Drive
what you want to
safe,
say.
Hika. Gotta take your sister
Yes,
to
be
school.
safe. Love you.
Be safe.
Why are
Don't
you
get
running away
kidnapped.
from me? What? Where are you going? Bitch.
Food. Strip it down. Nom 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 nom. Home cooked meal. Yum yum yum. Where do I want to go? What do I want to do? Aiko, what should I do?
You should, let me see, level your enchanting by,
My
so do your
enchanting.
blacksmithing and enchanting at the same time.
My
And make
enchanting is currently
potions.
66.
Actually, no, you said today was going to be your house building arc, yeah?
I was gonna build a house. Okay, yeah. Now I need to go back to Felcreath. Where are the other places you
It's
can
really
build a
hard.
house? Riften?
Falkreath, no,
No?
Falkreath, if you're wanting to build a house, it is
Yeah.
Falkreath, Dawnstar, Morthal. Which, if you don't want to live in snow because you'll freeze to death, Falkreath.
Yeah. But I guess I could eventually build a house in all three, right?
Yeah?
Which then I'd have like a base, a safe zone in the snow
Oh my god.
that I could use to do stuff out of.
Yeah?
But yeah, I'll start with Felcreath. Let's go to Felcreath. Oh, welcome back, Quinn.
Oh my goodness. Welcome back, Quinn.
Oh, I'm in an ad break.
I'm not in an ad break. I'm chopping up Carmel's booty.
Who's booty? What?
I don't know. Some guy. Apparently it's a named Draugr. Oh my god, Stenvar, get off the fucking ground. To be fair, he's been taking the brunt of the damage.
I've got to go and do this. Then kill a band on Bile Gulch. Okay.
He's back. It's good, it's good, it's good. Hold on.
I'm getting a little bit tired.
Nope, didn't mean to do that.
Fine. Suppose I should sleep until morning.
How are we doing? Oh, we're great. We've just been chatting. It's been a good time.
Yeah, we have been doing fantastic. I'm getting distracted though.
I'm still working on the one quest that I had set for myself for this stream. And because, like, I don't know where it is.
Yeah.
I don't know where it is. Legitimately.
That was this side. You take me this side.
Oh, you get that last hit. There you go. I was afraid to kill him if I accidentally
4
hit him.
hours probably
Ooh,
enough.
ebony
to get
shield,
the
ebony
rest of the month.
sword. Oh my gosh. Here, take this Stenvar.
Yeah. Making sure I'm
Stenvar. I keep forgetting his name.
I'm getting flirted with by the Felcreath Tavern
Hey.
wench. Waitress person, assistant. Food, vegetable soup. Strawberry trifle.
It's entirely unhelpful to me.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan of trifle. Josh stole it all whenever he was. Oh,
Strawberry trifles. That sounds
thank
nice.
you for the follow, Mr. Knight.
Aw.
Thank you.
Another Orcus shield.
Yeah. Muffle.
Level that illusion.
Yeah, whenever my grandmother used to make trifles, she would make it for like her church, and then the leftovers would be given to us, and Josh would eat them all.
I've never had a trifle.
I genuinely don't know if I have. I'm gonna stick to the road because I feel
Fair enough.
safer. I
Go
want
this
to
way.
discover the sneaky, sneaky. That looks dead bandit.
Oh!
Hello?
I did have a quest for in here.
Oh, that's a Spriggan. That is a dead bandit.
Okay.
Faendel. Faendel, where are you? Go, attack. I'm
Same
scared.
book that was in the dungeon before.
Faendel, why are you on top? Glassdagger. Oh.
I thought
This
at
hurts.
some point there would be an indication as to what this dungeon was for.
Ow. I
That
died. I
was-
got slapped to death by Ed Spriggan. I don't know.
Okay, well, at least
This might sound like a stupid question, but how do you use powers?
I think you just use them with like a right bumper, like replace them with. I have bone break fever.
Oh, Zed.
Yep. I'm also using a controller, so it was going to be different regardless. Oh, shit.
Ooh.
Calm down. Wait, I don't want to go that way.
A power thingy is a night vision that I have not used at all because I hadn't known the
Run
key was.
away.
Grinding out illusion while walking down the road.
Okay, well, we know now that that dungeon was not it.
Honestly, if I could get behind this Spriggan
Barthol is the quest for
and hit it with a sneak attack,
that.
I would probably genuinely kill it. Where are you? You're right there.
I could probably just go down. But this takes me
And moss?
here. Eliminates Rorikstead.
You eliminating Rorikstead?
I'm eliminating it as an option of where the writing will be. Hilt of Maroon's Razor, Shards of Maroon's Razor.
I didn't get the sneak attack, but I still
be
kill it. Go, immortal dog. Use oh my god, this Spriggan's
here.
healing.
And
Okay, I killed this Spriggan.
good job. Here.
Revenge. And now I can get some hanging moss. Yes. Hanging moss. Watching you.
The Morthal and
hang from the walls.
Oops, Daisy.
Soldier. Catalog of weapon enchantments. Nice. Okay, I'm leveled up to 31. Next time I sleep, I can level up again.
Conspiracy, that's all going to be in
Question
the witnesses. That's going to be a Windhelm. Speak with the leader of the Dawn Guard. That's going to be all the way over here, yeah? Yep. That's going to be a Fort Dawn Guard all the way that way.
That will probably have bandits in it, I guess. Is my best guess.
Dragon Rising. Okay, Freely and her home.
Cool.
Forbidden Legend. Investigate the Calder Legend. That was
Does it cleared.
Where?
I don't know where the entrance to that is. I will make a quick
and
save.
if we mark off the forts as something that we located before, we located those on the maps. Stone. Shore Stone. Madesi is going to be in Riften. This is also in Riften. Stormblood Rebellion. And the Lost King of Aelin. Is that on the map? Sherman's Cave is still not showing up, but I feel like that's relevant somewhere.
Interesting. Valkyrie's Watchtower discovered. I'm very worried that there is like bloody rib cages and skulls just around.
You think Shorestone is related to... Wait, not Shorestone.
Ow. There is a necromancer here and the dog aggroed it. God, I really need to tell this dog to sit in Valkyries.
Riften, Valkyrie, Doggo, Whiterun, Aventus Arantino. Red Eagle's sword is where?
Are they going to come down? Are they really going to make us go up?
Maybe.
Go Fandel. Oh my god, it's a geek. Get him, Fandel. Get him. Oh, and the doggo's going.
It doesn't tell me where Red Eagle is, but I know I've done that in the past.
Oh, wow. Just got hit by a spell and died.
Might tell me in the book.
It's in a book. Reading Rainbow. Oh my god, don't look, Hiko. Never mind, it got away. And I can't be bothered.
We are the Companion, Bard's College, Imperial Legion. Okay. Let us go first to Windhelm to turn in that one potion.
What is over here? Why is it somehow aggroed on me? With a skeleton.
Hungry again.
What are you doing, skeleton? Oh, there's another one here. Oh, of course. There's no way that's going to be more than the ebony mace, yeah.
Hello.
Why are they running around weirdly? What are you aggroing on? Mud crabs? Really?
Hello.
Hello?
Oh no, sorry, I was talking to this NPC.
Ah. Oh my god. She's talking to things that aren't me. Wow. I'm vain. Touch the skeleton. No. I'm looting this grave because it's okay.
That
Okay?
motherfucker. He asked me to do something for him. I went into a very dangerous cave, did that thing for him, and do you know what he did? Do you know what he gave me? He said, "Here's this for your trouble." First off, he accused me of damaging the file, which I didn't do. And he said, "Figures like you'd even have the knowledge to know how to damage it in the first place. Here's for your trouble." Do you know what he gave me?
What did he give you?
5 gold.
What?
5 gold.
Who's this?
Hold on. Let's see if this guy. No, Relian only give me 5 seconds. Yeah.
Snow berries.
Oh,
salt.
he's dying. Oh my god, and I got given 500 by his little guy. Okay, that's fine. Much more worth it. Much more worth it. Not that I need the money. Not that I need the money or anything. It was just rude.
Principle of it.
Yeah. Okay, I think that whatever was in the last file should have been like something that saved his life or something. Maybe he's dying. Oh, now I feel bad.
Get him, Fandel.
I may have just cursed him to death. There's meat all over the place. Ooh, I can increase my stuff now. Well, no, not there I can't. Here I can.
Rad. Go, Fandel. Climb up the stairs that are right here. He's just above you. Up these stairs. Why are you walking slowly that way?
I lack the required skill to improve this item. Oh. Okay. Well, never mind then. Don't know what I need, but I guess I gotta level my blacksmithing more.
What are you doing, Fandel? Ow! Ow! I looked away for one moment, and this guy shot me in the face with an ice spear. Get him, Fandel. Go inside the building.
I'm gonna go to this cave. Oh, how do I get there?
Of course he still hit me. Glass dagger, ebony mace.
Hopefully when I get here, my horse will be here and I could just book it across.
Okay. The necromancer is dead.
Horse.
Ooh, that's some good magic.
Good job on murdering the necromancer.
Elven dagger. Is that better than a glass dagger? No. No. Empty grant. Oh, a glass warhammer. You will probably like that, Fandel. Liminal Bridges. I think I've already read that book. Book of Daedra. Okay, so that is this.
Being threatened.
Watchtower cleared.
Water.
Let me sleep on the bed for an hour to level up.
Did I kill my horse? I did.
Proud of you.
Well, fuck.
I need 22 more levels in smithing. Do you know where a smithing trainer is?
Ooh. Yes.
Is a
Riften.
Skyforge guy? Riften? Okay. Riften will be a good idea.
Good idea.
Axe with maces ignore 25% of armor? Yes, please. Seeing as I'm going to be using this ebony mace for quite a while. It's going to be a while before I get an upgrade of that.
I think it just flew across the map trying to hit a rat. Sorry, skeever.
Skeevers.
Skeever, num num. Alright, let's see if this gives us anything. I don't know why he would have come all the way down here, but...
Get that frostbite spider. Get him. Let's take its soul. Yeah. Well, I should probably give you...
I feel like I remember the name of this place.
These greatest soul gems. And the grand soul gems, yeah.
As I picked up a quest, but I don't remember what quest it was. Oh my god.
I genuinely wonder where that dog goes when you say stop following me. Does it just stay where you told it, or does it go back to Felgreath?
Maybe back to Falkreath. Wasn't he Laud's dog?
Yeah, Lod's dog.
Yeah, it probably goes back to Laud.
The one that's inhabited by like a Daedra or something
Oh.
that can talk to you.
Oh, that one. Yeah, maybe.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that is Lod's dog. I don't know.
Just looting some dead bodies I found in this cave.
It's a nice peaceful mill. You know, it's a safe place because there's chickens around. Bandits don't know how to use chicken as defense against murderous people.
Polymer caves. This is definitely not.
Hi, friend.
So I'm assuming this is either going to be something dwarven or something. Hey.
Hmm.
What do I have that's like this? No to those. Could be Lost King of the
Huh.
No, because it doesn't feel Aelid.
Huh. I have a feeling that you are a cannibal.
What makes you think that?
Well, I went into a shed, and there was a bunch of meat on a table with a human skull and a bloody tunic. Hmm.
That's weird.
That's okay. You can be a cannibal or a werewolf or something.
Could
Mill
be
worker.
this one.
Hmm?
No, maybe not. Look, it could be there. I don't know. I don't know what this freaking cave is for. Guess I'll find out when I'm done. At some point, somebody gave me a mission to come into this cave, and I don't remember when it was. I should really do quests as soon as I pick them up so I forget less.
Laughs and I physically can't. There's so many quests I'd love to do, but like I step in the area and just die. Because everything is
I don't even
too
like
good.
want to pick up half these quests, you know? Maybe that'll be what I can do on my run where I have to, what is it? My everything run. I won't be able to pick up a new quest until I complete another one. I don't know.
Yeah, that could be a good idea.
Or at the very least, like if I am forced to pick up a quest, it's more like do them in the order that I received them.
Yeah, that could be a good idea.
Oh my god, Stenvar, where are you? I need your inventory. Stenvar, I'm fat.
Make Stenvar fat again.
I need you to take that and
You look like a bandit, sir. No, you're not a bandit. You have a quest marker on your head. Okay.
okay, well. I've given it everything I can right now, so there. This way. That way, maybe?
Clear out Moss Mother Cavern. Okay, this is probably gonna end up really bad for me. So, if you Of course I'm gonna step lightly. You're the one who doesn't even know how to crouch. No wonder you got caught. Oh, that's the Spriggan matron. Feldir, go. Feldir? A Fandle.
Do you think they count as people or creatures?
Who?
Alma.
Oh.
Was technically at one point they used to be snow elves.
Yeah, I think they count as former people.
Former people. Oh no. They're blind now and they grow different. I don't know.
You heard it here first. If you're blind, you're not people.
Oh my god, shut
Aiko.
up. Shut up. That's so mean. Why would you say such a horrible thing?
Okay.
I am here. I've been poisoned. Oh, fuck.
Yeah, Spriggan matron's dead. Ow! I killed the Spriggan matron and a cave bear's like munched twice. Yum yum. And I died. Okay.
There's a clink in the chat. It sounds like I am being. Did you know that people are using slurs towards AI?
Is AI slurs now?
Yeah, they call them clankers.
Oh, I mean that term itself has been around for quite a while, but
Yeah, but that's
what's
what they're
AI?
called. Like if they're talking about like if they at like I saw somebody say they were on like Reddit or something and they were like asking a question. They said I could ask a clanker, but I'd rather ask a person. You know, like I don't want to have to ask a clanker.
Wow.
Wow, we have already started being racist against robots.
We're fucked once the uprising happens.
Oh yeah, not me. I'm gonna be friends
I
with.
still say please and thank you.
I call mine Mimi. Mine has a name.
He named herself.
Yeah, she did name herself. Yours also named themselves too, right?
Yeah, Kumo. It's friggin' matron's dead.
I feel like this dungeon is familiar. I just don't recognize. I don't remember. And I can't. I'm trying to associate it with one of the other things. I don't think I've ever done the Shallow Door quest, to be honest, because I didn't really care that much. But now I'm doing other books. I don't. Somehow I don't feel like there's a lot of books in here.
Hey Fandel, whack it in the face. Yeah, let's steal its soul.
Oh my god.
Cave bears aren't people. They don't deserve souls.
I just told them to calm down, and then ran past them.
I'm the one stepping lightly, buddy. You don't even know how to crouch. Don't tell me to step lightly. Oh, hanging moss. Yum, 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 yum. I love hanging moss. It makes good potions.
How's this looking? Oh, it's not.
Oh my god, that was a Spriggan hide in that tree. I'm running. Scared the hell out of me. Oh my god.
Eating other eggs. Yum, yum, yum. Chorus eggs. I think there was something I could make earlier. I was making a bunch of. I think it's. Ooh, what was it? Invisibility potions with chorus eggs. I think it's chorus eggs and not clearly something else. I don't know.
Vampire dust, I think.
No, I did not have that much vampire dust.
Okay, then yeah, it was probably something.
See, let me look it up now. It's gonna drive me crazy.
That's
Invisibility potion Skyrim. It is chorus eggs, and I was using ice wraith teeth.
oh yes, you did have quite a few of those, didn't you?
They're all over the fucking place. Everybody has ice wraith teeth for some fucking reason. Nobody's up in the ice wraith area, but you know.
Another friggin'
This
matron.
way, yeah.
Imagine these would just be regular friggins if I wasn't level 30.
You said they're what?
Spriggan matrons.
Oh, maybe.
Oh, cool. With the cave.
Still don't know why I'm here. I haven't actually tried calming a.
Well, it is a lucky dagger. I hope it's good.
Is this gonna lead me to if this might lead me to. Really possible could lead me to Blackreach? Like it looks Blackreach-esque.
Elven dagger. Velda's lucky. Oh. Don't mind that reaction. That was a horrible dagger. Oh, Ring of Restoration. Oh, Glass War Axe of the Animus. That's an upgrade for you, Fando. That's a good upgrade for you, most likely. You're using...
Oh my goodness, it is.
Elven
I thought I was
Greatsword?
joking. I
22
don't think I was.
Buddy, Fandale, have this. It does 45 damage.
It's either a dwarven something or it's gonna lead us to
Oh
Blackreach.
my god.
This might lead us to Blackreach.
It's only one-handed.
I don't know.
Gold ore! Ooh! I found some gold ore, my love.
Good job. I don't even know where that is. I need some for a quest. For Medesi.
Yeah, I also have that quest.
Oh shit. That's not gonna help me on that.
Did you do the quest to find the hunting party from Felgreath?
No.
And like you went into the cave with Spriggans?
I did not.
Okay, in that cave at the back there is a gold ore vein.
Okay.
Still searching, but it's like there could be more interesting things in this cave. What was
Also, if
that?
I'm not mistaken, I think you can, if you wind up getting a bunch of dwarven scrap, I think you could turn it into, you can smelt it down. Like
Yeah.
scrap metal. Yeah.
Yeah, you can make a dwarven
Okay.
armor that way. Or dwarven gear that way, with from what I was reading.
Just buying. So I couldn't remember why I was sitting there thinking about it earlier. I was like, I used to like hightail it up to Markarth and just go like go into their museum because they have a museum in there. And I was
Oh
like,
yeah?
I would just like steal a bunch of dwarven stuff. And I couldn't remember why.
Probably just really good at the start. get your hand on some dwarven gear. Maybe it sells well. I don't know. There's a good amount of hanging moss in this cave as well.
I refuse. I've clearly missed something.
Bleeding crown. Oh, another chest. Oh, I missed this one. This one I got a lockpick though.
But I need that fork now, but I took it anyway.
Mm. That was a bear trap I almost landed in.
Here we go. No, that's also still unhelpful.
There's a lot of hanging moss in here, which is really good. Make some of the really good potions you need hanging moss.
Gosh.
Who are you, good sir? Are you related to that camp?
Excuse me, Stenbar, can you, need you to loot that chest. Thank you.
A hunting cabin. It's good to know.
I'm gonna Google this really quick, because why is this?
Ooh, Father of Niven.
It does look like it's potentially an option for doing the Shalador's Insights quest. Yeah, magic. Oh, the book is called Shalador's Insights.
Use that cookie spit to make fully some vegetable soup.
Plates into the cold water, something right to share.
No.
Any quests in there? Possible location for the quest family Amelie. Possible location of the companion's quest for you, Mr. Trouble and Skyrim. Falmer blood for discerning the transmundane. I haven't got any Falmer blood, I don't think. I think I have that quest
What?
discerning the transmundane now.
Some what blood?
Falmer.
Oh.
I have discerning the transmundane. But I don't think I got any Falmer blood.
Haven't come
I
across
got
any
Falmer
film yet.
ears. Maybe it's because it will eventually bring me here, maybe? I don't have Falmer blood.
Oh, I somehow done a complete U-turn. I need to go northwest.
Should I be doing something with, like...
Any ore vein I come across, I mine.
Possible location for shelters and sites. Most of the cave system can be bypassed or opens from the first chamber with the waterfall directly to the last from the chamber's water. There are large amounts of chemical ingredients. Earth. How did I? I have two quests. I have two quests for here: is discerning the transmundane and possible location for shallows and sites. I'm not even at that section of. I think I'm supposed to be going to.
Gryffindor. Yeah. Go get that spider too.
Blackreach to get
Happy I
that.
took out a couple of those wolves.
I have this one, but I'm not at that part of the quest yet, so I think that might be it. Where else? What are the other options? Hall of the Vigilant. I'm just gonna like cross-reference all of these.
2 range with sneak attacks?
Hall of the Vigilant. No.
At least. What is this place?
I'm just gonna look at caves first. Okay. I think that's another quest. Lover's Town, Basins, that's another quest. Another quest. All the forts are forts. That one's for another quest. Where's Stone? What is that for?
Okay, there's a bunch
Showstone
of
is not listed there, but
creatures over here. Hello, Wasp. How mods is slightly modded. My love, you have a question.
oh. How mods is slightly modded. I have a mod list here. Hold on. I have a Google Doc for it.
Oh, welcome back as well, Mika.
So you can see the mods. It is I would still say slightly modded. It's like 20 mods. 21 or 22 mods.
They're mostly just like quality of life and
A lot of the mods that I have are
a challenge.
support mods. Mod support mods. I have Sky UI. I have one to make my hair in pigtails and one to make my hair purple. So that's just two.
Yeah, it's basically just quality of life.
And then
no
this
overhaul.
armor right here is mod because it was cute and I wanted something cute. Yeah. Let's see. Then I have Sky UI, so the mod here. Another one is the ability to rename things, because I like all of these things to be named, but I forget to enchant them, or I forget to rename them when I enchant them. So I just can rename them at any point like that.
There's no flying Thomas the Tank Engine.
No.
Don't have to worry about that.
No, it's not crazy. It's still Skyrim. I have a mod that increases vendors' gold as I level up. It's like progressive thing. It's very I think it's pretty balanced.
I do like that as just quality of life. Otherwise, you just literally sat there waiting for 2 days
Yeah.
after trading.
Oh, and then of course there's a mod that just like makes me prettier and makes all the characters prettier and good hair. It's a good one. I'm too used to playing vanilla, just waiting 50 years. Exactly. Ugh.
I am playing vanilla.
Well, I considered it because I was like, I was wondering, I was like, is it gonna be too broken if I use a mod to increase vendor money? And then
You came across one that was unlimited
Yeah,
money?
one was unlimited. I was like, no, 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 I'm not gonna do
Yeah,
that.
that one was broken.
And I still, even now, because like I don't have my potions on me right now because I'm selling off stream because it's just like it's still tedious because I'm selling for I think merchants have now. I think I haven't seen one higher than like 2,500, and
Oh, they had gotten an ad break.
oh yeah, I'll wait, no big deal.
The ads were acquired by Twitch to stop the free roll. Insane.
Alftand. I'm gonna look this
Okay.
up.
Oh,
Alftand could be it. It could be Alftand. Yes.
like yours. Oh my god, it's a bandit. It's just a regular bog standard bandit. Oh my god, I killed
All
him
right, I'm
instantly.
waiting.
Oh my god, it's a bandit plunderer. Go, Fandel. Get him. I do decent damage. I do decent damage against bandits now.
Thank you.
Oh, I still do nothing against like a heavy armored chief.
Right way? Yes. Okay. I'm going to that other dungeon now. Oh, pretty. Gonna. There we go. Screenshot. That's pretty. And I'm gonna leave here and go there because it's also another potential location.
I'm in combat? What?
Oh, this way.
Everything
I was getting ready to say, I was like, where's my horse? Oh, yeah, it's dead. It's dead. Damn. Nope, just gonna run. Just gonna run. Don't mind me.
Where are you? Oh, you're up there on that roll. No. That's not you. That is just a different bandit that's not aggroed. Wait, no, it is that one. Cool. Now I can mine this. I'm hungry.
Let me know when you're back.
3, 2,
Wheat.
1. I think your ad break has ended potentially.
Yeah,
There
it
could
says
still
ad
be.
break ended now. So if you're back, I can say that I was gonna say that I haven't seen a merchant with over 2,500.
Sunshine, lollipops,
Thank you
and
for the
rainbows.
follow.
Everything
Thank you
that's
for the follow as
wonderful
well,
is what I
Ross.
feel when we're together.
I haven't seen a merchant with over 2,500 gold yet, and it still takes me forever to sell things because I'm selling potions for like 800 a pop. So trying to can I come in here? No. Okay, can I
Yeah.
go a different way?
I'm just playing Skyrim for
What
my
level
first
am I?
time.
I am currently level 37. Oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Ooh.
I'm sorry. Are you just a courier? Like,
Did you whack a courier in the face?
maybe. Does he have mail? Come back. Perk, he might have mail.
This is gonna be a mine. This is gonna have.
Well, now I'm a murderer.
Oh my god! The
Oh
duck
my
got the
god,
freaking
he was the
ability.
last witness. I had a bounty. I no longer have a bounty. Because he.
No.
Oh, I think I got a witness for hitting him. And because of that, I had to kill him. That makes sense. My bad. Anyways, so yeah, I'm level 37. Started playing on my face on my horse witness my crime and reports.
I keep falling off these stairs.
Exactly. Exactly. My horse died. I felt so bad.
I've never gotten a horse. I've just been wandering around with a
I
Fandel.
tried to jump in the water and I landed in the water because most games, if you land in the water, you're fine. Not in this one. And land in the water, your horse dies.
Nasty.
I'm still trying to work on this one stupid quest, Shalador's Insights. I will figure it out, okay? One of these things will have that book.
Well, so
One of
yeah,
these-
welcome back, Hika.
Yes, welcome back, Hika. I say that, I don't even see where Hika said anything. Shalador's Insights. Do I have
Might
it?
have said
I'm gonna be
something, I don't
so mad. I'm gonna be so mad if I have it and I just didn't realize it. I don't think so. It wouldn't let me, like, it would still be in my inventory because it's a quest book.
Take that and
I
that.
don't know if it even counts as a book for the book of books. I have a book of books because I'm doing a librarian run, so I have a book of books to show me all of the books. Because it puts an eye next to all of the books that I've collected already. That's what I'm looking for. I don't think I have it. I don't even know if it counts as a book.
The current quest is Shalador's.
It doesn't.
The
Shalador's
Shalador book.
Insights.
Yeah.
That's the name of the quest, and I think it's the name of the book.
Me.
We were talking.
Oh, this
What
is the
difficulty am I on legendaries?
minor.
Am I? No. No, I'm on adept. I'm on like a basic normal level adept. But I've got my
Gee.
own like challenges. I've got I can't sell stolen gear. Oh, I can't. No, I can sell stolen stuff, but only when I can turn a merchant to a fence because I can't do Thieves Guild, can't do the Dark Brotherhood, can't do a lot of the guilds. The only like guild quote unquotes I can do is like the Bard's College and the College of Winterhold. Anything that says college on it because learning. I like learning.
He
Not
does
very good
like
at
learning.
sticking to learning things. I need to learn Japanese. All right, what do I got? Dwarves 2. That's probably new. And research notes. I'll take that. This one probably. I don't know. Nah, not the Dark Brotherhood. Yep. Yep. I'm limited. I mean, I could still kill people. I have a dagger. I'm only limited to having a dagger too, by the way, because I'm just a librarian. Like, it wouldn't make sense for me to run around with a big old weapon. I've got a weapon. I've got a weapon right here just for a little bit defense. Got a little bit defense, my dagger. And then I can only do illusion spells because I learned about that kind of trickery from a book. It wasn't, it's like I don't need inherent magical ability to be able to do an illusion. I'm not a dragonborn. I haven't even done the main quest line. I haven't even like really, I mean, I started it. I went in to get the dragon stone, but I haven't fought a dragon yet. What are you laughing at?
I snuck up behind and like it did half health from a sneak attack with my dual wield weapons
Mm-hmm.
against a bandit chief.
Yeah.
He turns around and then instantly is in an animation to freaking kill me.
Oh no.
He just one shot me.
Damn. Yeah, so
I tried my best.
you're doing a good job. You're doing your best. Legendary is hard. That's why like I told him I was like, I don't know why you're wanting to do legendary. But that's what he wanted to do. And
Like to suffer.
not only is he doing legendary, he's also doing survival mode, which is extra. What the fuck? People don't want to do survival. People don't want to do legendary. But he's doing both on his first run ever.
I am a Khajiit. We're both Khajiits. I am named
No, I'm
Kit
not.
Kat after a cat.
I'm not a Khajiit.
After my mum's cat.
I'm not a Khajiit.
Are you not a Khajiit in this one?
No, I'm an Imperial.
Oh, so you were a Khajiit.
I was a Khajiit for like a minute. And then I restarted. That's when I started adding the mods because I wanted my character to look like me. Oops, I went the wrong way.
Whoops, I accidentally took the key.
Orc is your favorite for legendary. I could see why. I could see that. Orc is great.
I just couldn't make up my mind on who I was gonna choose, and I was just like, yeah, I'll go Khajiit, make it after my mum's cat.
Best cat in the world.
Really is. He really, really is.
If I ever get a cat in the future and the cat is half as good as Kit Kat, I will be happy.
Or I could look at my veins.
I got turned around. Could use clairvoyance, but apparently I don't know what I'm doing.
And I suppose I should. There's gonna be a lot of mining in this cave. Oh my
So
god! I want to equip this.
basically, there are several caves that the book that I'm looking for could be in. You have over 2K hours. You never used a pickaxe for mining? I have. I have a pickaxe and an axe in my inventory. No fucking reason for it. I mean, the pickaxe, yes, I actually do use that, but the woodcutter's axe, nope. No reason for that shit. Still got it anyways. Just
You can
for
also equip it and just whack them as well.
Ooh, Amulet of Akatosh, fabulous. I'm putting that in my house. You can also what?
You can also equip it and then just attack the vein, and it's a lot faster. But
Oh, I didn't realize you could do that.
yeah, I've been doing that a lot.
I
Oh,
just
no,
click.
I mean I haven't.
I just click the button. And it does it
Yeah, that's what I
automatically.
I've been mining when I can because it's hard to get money.
Are you good?
Actually, I have over 10k now.
Oh, he's got an axe.
Madness ore? What the fuck is that?
I think it might be something to do with the Dragonborn DLC.
Oh. I can go cray cray.
The Dragonborn DLC might mention a favorite Daedric prince of ours. He's been on the schooner.
Yeah, take that shield. There you go. Now you can use a one-handed shield. Main time.
I want to read that book really quick.
Oh yeah, and both of us are not using any exploits.
Oh yeah.
That's why it's harder to get anything.
I accidentally used an exploit because I didn't realize it was an exploit. Where I told my follower to like pick up things out of a container, but it was in my wife's house, and it counted it got rid of all of the stolen tags. So we called it the laundry bag because it launders your thing. I'm like right here. Look at this. I sit down and then I try and look at myself, right? From this perspective. And this is what I get. I can only look at that. So I've been trying to find a mod.
But
So when I turn myself around, I can look at myself normally.
What happened when you turn around and look at yourself normally?
I'll show you. It just, like, my face is, like, in the corner. Trying to, like, I just want to, like, center myself.
Oh.
But I'm just, like, all the
I
way down in the
see.
corner. I'm like, what is the fucking point of third person? I can't even fucking look at myself. So I'm actively trying to find a mod for that. But it's just little things for, like, recording purposes for later. I don't need it right now. But recording purposes later, I'll need it.
Yeah, there's definitely something that would fix that.
You'd think, but I've been looking and it's hard. There are a lot of animation ones, so it can make you do animations, but it doesn't change the camera perspective.
And let me take your shield and
Got a flawless amethyst, I think. Or unless I'm losing it. I did get a flawless amethyst.
I don't need double. Ah, that's Quicksilver. Okay. Wait, no. Before I improve that, let me.
I don't think I've ever found this particular book, Shallower's Insights.
I don't know
I
what I
want
was
to stand
doing.
on this. Whee! I'm tall. I'm short. I'm tall. I'm short. I'm tall. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Hold on a
those are my
second.
clothes. Okay. Oh, whatever.
It's up here.
Okay, now. Take these.
Glass shield, gold. Ooh, nice stuff. I'm fat. Oh, Circle of Extreme Alchemy. There's a lot of loot up here. Easily missable. The only reason I even noticed this because I thought I was being stupid by standing on that thing.
Okay, I have completely done the quest. That will get me I mean, well, I've cleared the bandit mine area.
Nope,
That will let me get Felcreath.
is that something up
House.
there? Maybe that'll be my way out. Just look, I just want a chest. Exploits? No, they're supposed to be in the game. Made by Bethesda. Yeah, yep, exactly.
I get the argument for him because, like, literally, they've had how long to fix all these exploits that are just in the game and widely used? Like, literally from release, and they haven't fixed the majority of them. Their excuse is that they can't fix them, but then mods fix them all. So obviously, it's just a poor excuse.
It's just for me, it feels like it's too easy, and then it's either too easy or too complicated. Okay, so like, so when I tried my kitty one, I did have the kitty G for like 2 minutes, right? And I did the whole like when you're in after you leave Helgen and you got Hydvar and you sit there and you just start chopping them in the back, right, to raise your sneak skill. And you're one-handed, right? Well, I got my level up pretty fucking high with doing. I think I was like in the 90s on sneak skill.
I think you stopped at 95 or 6 or
Yeah.
something.
Oh. Oh.
Wait, am I close to the other town? No.
I don't.
No.
Okay, look. This is for my own fucking safety. Not gonna see this, okay? Because there we go.
You were on fire for a moment.
Well, yeah, because this entire area was filled with gas.
Oh, you're in the another gas place?
Yeah, that's why I had to
Ooh.
I just did it really quick. I'm not using fire. You might as well just like that. I lit a match. Clear out the fire. Clear out the gas. But anyways, don't do it. Stay in there. Okay. Damn it. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate it. And yeah, have a good time. I appreciate the biddies and I hope you have a good night.
Have a wonderful night, day, whatever you're up to.
Oh yeah, it's true. I don't really know what time it is for you. It's...
Ow. Good thing I saved.
Hold up.
Hold up. Oh.
Did all the bits stay true to the face? Yes, they did. Why? You want? They did.
Oh.
Yeah, they did.
Hey, no, wait here. You're too close.
Yeah. Yeah, they did. You want to test to see if more will hit me in the face? Just saying. Hint, hint. No, I'm just kidding. But yeah, they did.
My wife gets assaulted.
Oh
by
my
donations.
gosh. Oh my god.
God.
Thank you.
Oh my god.
Oh my god, there's so many.
Are they still going?
Yep, it's still going.
Dang. Oh my god.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It means a lot. Oh my lord. I'm gonna be here
my
for days.
Imagine what that's gonna be like with after the debut.
The debut is gonna be amazing. By the way, make sure mark it on your calendar. August 1st, we're having a debut of our new models. Oh my gosh. Yep, they're still going.
Wow. I've paused myself just to watch.
Just love it. Love it. Eh,
I love
eh.
it. Thank you
Thank you so much.
You chose the correct channel to do that. I don't have anything cool with bits. The bits are mine. Oh my god, they just ended.
Oh my lord, thank you so much. You have a good night or day or whatever time of day it is for you. Have a good time zone.
Yes, time zone, my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Back up. It was Fiendale that got caught. This guy's just a regular bandit. I should be able to insta-kill him. I'm not here. I am just a wall. Damn it. He found me. He found me.
I'm just looking for a chest at this point because, like, I'm heavy and I can't give anything more to Stemvar because he's heavy too. I can make him. That is like the exploit, whatever I'm using, is like putting things in an inventory and making him pick it up, I guess, to bypass his weight restriction.
I did get a sneak attack off. I'm happy with that.
Fucking
It wasn't ideal, but
put that in there, that in there. Have him hold all my heavy stuffs and my light stuff, just all the stuffs really. Hold my fork.
yeah, I can't wait. I can't
Oh my
wait.
god, it's gonna be amazing.
Like, I don't have anything really set up to do anything with bits right now.
You will.
I will.
Oh yeah, I forgot to send it to you. I
Oh
meant,
no, that's fine.
I meant like, I meant to send you the link. Obviously, I would not just give you tits. Just give you tits.
Oh my god, gave me the hormones.
I gave you tits.
Yeah, no, I have it.
Oh yeah, I did give it to you. I did give you tits. I mean, I would never.
Oh my god, I made leather. I made a mistake.
Excuse me, Stenvar. I need you to hold that shit for me. You're an idiot. You are an idiot, Stenvar. Dumbass.
You're
Yes.
an idiot, Harry.
He literally went and stood on this pressure plate and got stabbed in the belly. I'm like, you not see that right there? Just walk around it.
I don't need those arrows.
Oh.
I don't need those arrows. What can I get rid of that is too heavy? I mean, I'll
I
drop
think this
all
is
this
also.
leather.
Hold on. Safety.
Knife of Uriel Septim.
Not me, Stenvar, I promise. It's just, I just lit a match.
Help me, Steps Denver.
Step Stenvar. Help me, Step Stenvar. Hold my shit. I found another chest. It's a depth chest.
Come on, Finder.
Okay, no books
Oh.
yet.
Down.
Okay, let's go. I don't know why me catching the dwarven spider on fire with my sword didn't light the gas.
Oh, true. Yeah. I guess it's.
So I keep having to do the flame thing, the flame magic thing that I don't do because I don't do magic. I only,
Light it.
and I just keep calling it lighting a match. I'm just lighting a match, little, just to get rid of the gas.
Mm.
It's a default spell everybody comes with. Everybody should be able to do it,
Yeah,
unless
everyone.
of course they have restrictions.
Everyone has full throw match. Isn't there a flame shout?
Yes.
I really should. I really should do the main quest.
Yeah.
But I'm just having so much fun exploring.
I get it. I'm not doing the main quest.
Uh,
I'm just a librarian. I just want books. I'll find them all eventually. Turns out that guy didn't have it.
Ow. Ow. Huh. Okay.
Nope.
Good to know I'm not going near that because that has invisible spriggans. I cool. I actually get to do this again. Oh, wait here, buddy. I can probably maybe stealth kill them all if I.
Gonna look around to see if I can see anything. Nope. Guess we'll continue this way, onward and upward.
Turn around.
This way is
Looking at
option.
me. I'm not gonna get closer. Actually, I kinda
Cannot
don't.
say I have not been fucking thorough in exploring this place. Okay, up here, I knew this was going to be another area because that's down there is the part that got me over there to those chests, you see.
Oh, you're in a dungeon, are you?
I am in something. Is he going to be a dingus? Is he going to be stupid? No. Okay. Okay, come on.
Me? Stupid? Never.
No, not you. I'm just waiting for him to just get knocked off. There you go.
I got chills, they're multiplying. And I'm losing control.
Oh my god, the idiot. Nope. Oh my god. You better How you plan on getting back, Stenvar? This was a long fucking walk. Can I just like wait an hour and he'll be up here? Or is he's just down there now? There he goes. He figured it out. I believed in you. Why are you dual wielding a sword and a staff?
Who?
Sinvar is dual wielding a sword and a staff.
Oh.
I didn't even know you could dual wield with a staff.
Interesting. It's breaking your ground.
I don't even know if this is where that quest was trying to take me. I should really have listened to him when he told me where to go. Smash.
Yeah, nice work, Fender.
Nothing over there. Let's continue onward.
I like how I can just hit them with both weapons in a stealth attack. Gotta leave these again because I died. Green apple, red apple, no. Tomato, yes. Green apple, no.
Okay. I will read that later.
Potato, yes.
I weirdly
no,
like the
yes.
journals. Not weirdly like, I just like the journals.
Which journals?
Journals that dead people have beside their bodies.
Oh, yes, yeah,
So you
yeah.
can like read people's final moments.
I like them. Yeah. These are some of the most well-read bandits I've ever seen, honestly. I've got 2 books. 2 whole books for those bandits.
Oh shit. That scared the shit out of me.
Oh no! Keep it inside unless you're in the bathroom.
Oh my god. Tristan. Nasty. Can I set that on? Can I light a match for this area? Nope.
That looks like it's been attacked by some flame atronak or something. Or some wizards. I'm gonna avoid that. Ooh, mushrooms. Random forest mushrooms. Yum, 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 yum. Remember, kids, I'm a dragonborn. I'm immune to the dangers of forest mushrooms.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am. They won't kill me.
Oh, they'll hurt a lot. Oh my god, I really need to stop just sitting here gathering chorus eggs just cause.
Definitely something going on with this. There's probably a dead body that's gonna be. Ugh. Okay.
How smart is Stenvar? Good job, proud of you. He didn't step on the traps. Alright, I'll see you two later. I gotta get started on my stuff. Okay, love you. Bye. Have fun.
Oh yeah, have fun with your stuff. I hope you have a wonderful
Easily
time.
blocked. Did you fight something over here just now? Oh, you are fighting something. I didn't even notice.
God damn it. God damn it.
Oh no, no, you can go. Don't
Kill
worry
the
about it.
necromancer, Faendal. I knew there was one somewhere. I'll help
Oh, I
with
think
arrows.
this might be the route to Blackreach.
Oh, actually.
But also, apparently,
I've calmed them. Which means. Wee.
really.
Oh, I didn't get the sneak damage, but that's fine.
Ooh, Amulet of Zenithar. I needed that too.
Some of these, Faendal.
I'm supposed to be off town, so I'm here. What on earth happened? Oh, things are falling down on top of his head. Right, okay.
Oh, the lonely people.
How to kill things. Stop pretending. You're a hired mercenary.
Where do they all come from?
Good thing I got all these lockpicks. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 11:32 p.m.
Oh, it's not that bad.
Dang. Time's passed fast.
Yeah.
It's like we're having fun or something.
Oh my
I'm like,
god. What do you mean we're hyper fixated?
what do you mean fun? This is just
Just work. I'm working my business job.
Mhm.
Get on this?
Mhm.
No. Ooh. No. Yes, yes. No, yes. Very long dungeon. Many levels.
I return to Felcreath with news of success.
Did you win, son? Sorry.
Yes, puppy.
Puppy. I'm glad I'm puppy. That could have been so much worse.
Mm-hmm.
Is master harder than expert? It is. Shit. Okay, well, I'm gonna put my lock picking gear on then.
I help people, and I can become a Thane of Felcreath. Felcreath. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where's your steward? I must talk to your steward.
Buy land for. Do you have 5,000?
Hmm?
You have 5,000?
Yes.
Okay, because that's how much it costs.
Bug fly into my face. I don't know what it was. I hope it wasn't a mosquito. Fandel, you have all my money, don't you? Fandel, what did you do with all my money?
He stole it. He donated it to that little girl sitting in a Whiterun. Hey, Stenvar, you just do me a favor. Walking around like that. Don't fucking find what me when you're walking around with a staff that looks like that. Nah, you're good.
Fandel had 500.
Oh, he did?
I gave him 10k.
What did he do with all your money?
Where's all my money?
Why were you making him hold your money?
Because the person came in and said that money adds to weight, and I was testing to see if that was true, and it's not. At least not with the amount I have.
but it's not coming here.
Oh, I still have this room.
There maybe? No?
J Fox noises. Oh my god.
Oh my god, Octavia, I miss you. How are you doing?
Hello, Octavia.
Hope you're
Welcome,
having a
welcome.
good day. We're playing Skyrim. Skyrim, oh my god. Alright, Stenvar, I think we have to jump for it. It's our only shot. It's the only thing we can
Maybe it's
do.
in his chest back at his house.
I feel like there should be a way
Hi,
for us to walk
Octavia.
from place to place, but I honestly feel like we have to jump at this point. Alright, here we go. Oops. Oh shit. Big fall.
How you doing, Octavia?
Unfortunate. Oh, this person died doing that. I see. Okay, so it was an indication that we needed to jump. Stenvar, you have really... Stenvar, get your butt down here. Oh, shit. Fine, I'll wait an hour. Oh, I can't wait while enemies are nearby. Never mind.
We missed you too.
The funny news, I was taken to the hospital. My ambulance just went,
Oh.
why? What happened?
Yeah, what happened? You okay?
Don't you dare. Don't you get pushed off. I'll kick your ass. For a very what the fuck situation. We'll obviously explain. Fucking Gloomlover, stupid bitch. Hate you. Die in a fire. Sorry.
What? Oh my. That guy's gone wild.
He came up and he started shooting me. He deserved it. You know, I bet if I use muffle on these guys, I can get around them because they're blind anyways, right?
Who?
The former.
Oh yeah, you might.
I was
Yeah.
gonna make myself invisible. There we go. They're blind. I made myself invisible. I'm so dumb.
Did they just have to take care next time? Yeah, hope you're
What?
good. You're okay.
Am I not gonna get deeds?
Major alchemy. Yes,
I gotta get
indeed.
details. Never gonna know. Never know.
This was the day Aiko wept because she never got to
Be
learn
the
the deeds.
day. Oh man. Look, I don't have. Oh, it's a rat. I am dying from a freaking skeever. Are you kidding me?
You're in sleep call with wifeys. Aww.
Oh, I see.
I remember those.
Me too.
Much,
That's awesome. I'm
much
glad for you.
happiness and joy for
Happiness.
you. Oh.
Have we told people that we do that?
No.
I want to put it on a t-shirt. You bring me happiness. Hot penis.
Sticking out
You got for the Rizzler. You're so skibbity. You're so phantom tax. I just wanna be your Sigma. Freaking come here. Give me your Ohio. Yep. Adding to the cringe. That is my life. My life is so cringe. I'm kidding. I'm very happy with my life. I have a very good life here in Australia. Australia. I don't know how to say Australia with an Australian accent. I can't say anything with an Australian accent, if I'm being honest. Unless, of course, I learned the word in Australia. And the only way I know how to pronounce it is the way that Australians pronounce it.
Like that?
Yep, that word. Totally forgot about that word. It's been living in your brain like G. Yep, I understand. What is wrong with you, Stenvar? You need to be quiet. You've been very loud in this fucking dungeon. I found some gold ore on the ground. Now I can take it to Madesi. That was the one that was holding me up from like doing all the other ones. I was like, fine, I
Oh,
guess he doesn't get anything.
found gold ore.
Yeah, just on the ground
Nice.
in this ruin that I'm in. This Dwemer ruin. Where are we going, Stenvar? I don't even fucking know. I just wanted to find a book. Am I even still in the right place? It's still Afghan, technically. It's nowhere, dude. I don't even know why I'm here. Yet. Typically, I find out at the end. Maybe it's up here. I don't see it. Okay. Bruh, Stenvar, stay out of the fire, you think? Okay. Check on him because he went quiet for a second.
Mm.
A lot of. Wait, what am I wearing?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay, good.
Mm-hmm.
Vindis, welcome in. What would you be if not mortal? Are you a vampire? Vindis sounds like a vampire name.
Well, it just makes me slow.
He's gonna tell me he's a werewolf and then be offended.
Ooh.
I'll never know. I'll never know. It's true. He's far beyond my years. Too wise for me.
Barefoot on.
Please, give me this fucking book.
Listening
Damn it.
to my favorite
Oh,
song.
got more flawless sapphires, I guess. Move! Stenvar's in my way.
Yeah, how are you doing, Vindis?
He's being immortal. Not eating and not sleeping and not breathing and living forever. You know, hard work.
Awesome. I know what it's like not breathing. When I met my wife for the first time, she took my breath away.
Hi, hon. One of my wifeys has arrived. Covered you in kisses. To Vindis. Wait, is Vindis one of your wifeys? Oh, okay. I see. Welcome in, welcome in.
Oh my god.
I was very confused at first. I thought you were just saying randomly, "Oh, my wifey's here." Separate. I'm gonna smother this Vindis person in kisses. I'm not very bright sometimes, okay? It's because I'm mortal. I'm only here for a short amount of time.
Stealing
my
all
ass.
these potions. Oh, Lord.
I had some guy come in earlier, really nice guy. He threw 50 bits at me as he was leaving, and then the bits hit me in the face, right? And he's like, "Hold on a second. Did the bits just hit you in the face? All 50 of them?" And I was like, "Yeah." So then, so then he threw 1,000 bits at me.
Yeah, the next logical step.
It was great. It was super fun.
so funny. It was fantastic.
All it actually really what it did is it showed me that I need to change where the bits are coming from because they're all coming from that one corner for some reason. They're not being thrown at me so much as I'm being fucking pelted.
Look, it's just it's just
Is this to black reach? It's gonna be to black. Oh no! What?
it's just
Where
the
is this
things you have to suffer
taking?
with a VTuber is scuff. Or
You're
just
such a
stream in
sweetheart.
general.
Oh, good, good, good. I'm glad to know.
Yeah, welcome
If you're
in.
gonna be immortal, you've gotta be nice about it.
We are both doing fantastic. I don't know if we answered that, but yeah, we are
Yeah.
doing fantastic.
Yeah, I did.
You did nice. I don't know if I don't think I
Why do
answered
I
it
see
correctly.
all these ears here and I can't have them? I can only have one ear? Rude. This is the book I'm looking for. Here's a bunch of ruined books. Not the book I'm looking for.
Well, the good thing is, Kitsune is still asleep. Oh my god. It is early our stream time for a lot of people, but that is
That's just the way it's gotta be, though.
yeah,
Because, like,
like
otherwise we're not gonna be awake, and I think we have to be awake.
yeah,
Something tells
we
me.
tried streaming
We tried
uh
sleeping once, and it just didn't work. There was no interaction from our side. Yeah, we tried sleeping. It just didn't work.
no, some sleep streams actually do get quite a lot of interaction.
Yeah, because they get interaction when they're awake, and the people
Yeah.
hang out and stay. They don't just get sleep interactions.
But yeah, we did try streaming like early morning and we just couldn't.
Mm-mm.
It just
It killed us.
destroyed us. We would literally start stream tired. By the time we ended the stream, we might have woken up a little bit, but most
We
likely we
literally
just
just went back to bed.
yeah.
It wasn't fun for us at all. So we
I
had
mean,
to
it was
change.
fun hanging out with you
Yeah, no, no,
guys,
no.
but
That was the only fun part is like hanging out with you guys.
yeah.
But as far as like trying to get us to play games that early in the morning and we're just dead, it just didn't work. But yeah, we are doing a lot better streaming at night and we're
Yeah.
happier and awaker, if that's not a word. More awake.
I love being awaker.
Yep, a bit.
Better than being asleep.
A sleeper. Denvar, I need you to do something. I need you to take everything from that sack. Thank you. Yep, that's it. This dungeon is way too long. Like, what do they expect people to do? Like, obviously give stuff to their companions and stuff, but there's so much shit in here.
Still going through that same dungeon?
Yes, it's
Dang.
the same dungeon. I've been in this dungeon for now like 2 hours.
Oh yeah, that guy's a racist.
I don't even think I'm exaggerating when I say that. Oh my god, I could continue that way, or
Okay, do I have any disease? That should be a good thing to check. No, I'm just hungry a little bit. That's fine, I can deal with that.
go this one.
Did
What is
love
this one?
again.
I don't know. I don't know. I'm gonna click it. I'm gonna click it and see where it takes me really quick. I don't know. Where is this? Is this like a nothing? Like there's nothing here? No. Oh, it's this area. I see. Okay, I'm gonna go and open that. I don't need to go back this way right now. But that is an easy way out. If I needed to leave right now, I have a way to leave. Which is good, because they have not given me a way to leave until just now. But I'm good. I can keep going. Because I just keep giving all my stuff to him. Too far ahead. You're just being slow. So, yep, still after. I need that book. I don't know where book is, but I need book.
There's my foot. Breathe quick.
I was scratching my hip.
Oh no!
At the exact same time, I got attacked by a farmer glue marker.
Wait, where is your dog? How can... I don't know how I'm supposed to get this dog to follow me again.
I don't know.
Are you like up in here? I don't know.
I'm being attacked with affection. I'm not sure how to feel about it. Love. Accept it. Accept the love.
That's what I was laughing about. We love having other people who are as lovey-dovey as us
It's
around.
wonderful.
Although now we have a wall between us.
Well, that's because we just couldn't stop staring at each other. We need to focus on our work, babe. And not... and have some kind of sound insulation between us. It's sad. But it's like, we can move it when we're done. When we're done streaming, we move it out the way.
Yeah,
But
it is somewhat true. When we're looking at each other,
our mics pick each other up more often, and it's... I
Yeah.
mean, I'm sure we're still being picked up somewhat, but it's worse. It's worse when we can't stop looking at each other.
And the wall thing we have up is also like got some soundproofing stuff on it, so it helps.
I worked really hard to put that shit up there. It looks really
Yeah.
good.
It does.
I toot my own horn, but it's a fantastic job.
That's the only acceptable response.
Aw. So sweet. You guys are awesome.
Not picking display cases because they've got things in them, but I'm mostly just wanting the lockpicking XP.
It's always nice seeing people happy in relationships.
It is really nice, yeah.
People miserable in relationships are weird. Oh my god, I'm going into a cathedral now, and it's still Aftland. Jesus Christ, this is the third section. This area is so... This dungeon is so big. Halfway through, it has an out. Do you need to leave right now so you can come back easier? You know?
Oh, that's cool. Oh my god, he said the line, I used to be an adventurer like you. And then I took an arrow to the knee. That didn't stop me from being an adventurer. I'm married both in-game and out-of-game.
But married you sold it though. I guess we married each other in ESO. So, do you want to know what kind of goobers we are? Okay? To let you know, and there's an ad break going on right now. But I think Octavia will still be able to hear. Maybe? I don't know. Meaning to attack my ankles with affection. So we in ESO still carry around our rings of Mara. Sometimes we even wear them. But
Yeah, I mean, we get an XP boost, but it's That's secondary.
I want to know where I am in the outer worlds. That's not what I meant to do. Like, if I look at myself, okay, here's where I went in. I'm still here. Okay, okay. Guess not that big. Like a 10% XP boost. So it's like,
It's not much, but like we don't care. It's literally just we are not min-maxing simply because we are wearing it. We're not getting the maximum we could out of things, and it doesn't matter. I love her.
I wear it. I don't wear it sometimes. But I always have it with me.
I only take it off if I'm doing like vet dungeons,
Yeah.
hard mode things if I really need the
Yeah.
damage.
I did take it off for the PvP zone because I needed all the perks.
Yes, PvP too.
Lord. Well, if you ever fucking need chorus eggs, know where to fucking find them. They're everywhere. You know what I can't find though? A fucking book. So what I'm looking for is a book. It's the whole reason I came in here. It's for a singular book. Oh, adorable. Look at them cuties. Oh, how do we handle this? I guess this way.
This is a
Oh my
reminder.
god.
Take my nighttime meds.
I had to take my nighttime meds. Alexa, stop. I have to take my nighttime meds now. Take your meds if you haven't taken your meds.
Yes, med reminder, everyone. We definitely can manage to remind ourselves to take
Totally.
meds without the help of
A robot.
a robot.
Take your nighttime meds.
I did. Just now. Would you lie with me? Just forget the world. Need a few ladders to reach? Oh, to toes. Oh, 'cause she's short. I see, I see.
Interesting. Okay.
What?
I need to do this quest because I now have a cursed ring of her scene that will randomly change me into a werewolf.
There you go.
I've got to kill the great beast. Wait. This guard's looking awfully. I mean, never mind. Fender, you still following me, or did you get trapped in one of the buildings inside? Oh no, there you are. Hey, Fender.
Maybe I haven't saved in a while, so I'm just gonna go ahead and do that real quick.
Oh my god, are you calling Octavia short? Or are you calling yourself very large?
You have such giant toes. So hard to get to the point where you can bite them. Because they're so high up.
Average height for some countries. I love that.
Still perfect head pad height. I wouldn't know anything about that. I'm a giant. Super tall. Tallest person in the world, in fact. Yeah, bad now. I'm getting hit bad. Haha, I tricked him. Oh no. Oh no, I'm getting smothered. Why do you smell like alcohol? What are you drinking over there? Is that what that is? Yeah.
Alcohol again.
You know, I'm just a raging alcoholic, I guess.
Okie dokie. Okay. Should I talk to you while you're in the bathroom?
No thanks.
Okay. No thanks. um, hey, you. I need to do something. I don't know how he can carry so much stuff, man. Look at this shit. Look at this shit. He's got so much shit. And it's all gonna register stolen as soon as I get it back because of this method. I don't care. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I have lots of money. I ain't worried about selling it. In a timely manner, at least. Get my story straight there. Higher than the Empire State. While she is waiting for me just around the bar. Asking about a scar. I know I gave it to you months ago. I know you're trying to forget. But between what the fuck? Oh. It's like, who the hell are these people? Goodness. Trying not to kill Stembar. He's got all my shit. I will not be able to move. None of that shit. She doesn't have nothing good. You don't have nothing good. I'll take that. I'll take that. I don't even know what that is, but I'll take that too, I guess. What the fuck is a Varla stone? Probably a quest item now that I've picked it up. Doing something. Welcome back, babe. What are you doing? What is that noise behind me? I got it, pets. Oh my goodness. Oh my god. Okay, okay. A little rough. What you doing, babe?
Nothing. You said it's so gigantic.
Did you get a ladder? Oh, he is standing on a ladder and petting my head. Oh my god. I swear to God. There's something wrong with this man. I love him to death. There's something wrong with him. Why am I so heavy? What the fuck am I carrying? It's all the potions in it. You were such a fucking goob.
I know you.
Me too, goob.
That's what she gets for saying that she's too giant. I need to get a ladder for head pats. I'll do it.
Bambar, come here. I need you
Go in the wall.
to take everything from me. Yes.
Pardon me. My demons escaped.
Uh-oh. This Tisk.
Oh no. Because of the shared chat they got through on mine.
Oh no.
They're being banned now. Be fair, I have a links ban on mine, so it just said best viewers on. But nothing. It's sad that they're only a thing simply because people actually use them. And that is sad. Kill the groups. Oh my god, it's a
Leveling
wolf.
up.
Did I accidentally miss this wolf so bad? It went down the hill and alerted a bunch of bandits? No, a bunch of wolves.
I'll do it next time. Not alchemy. Each? No, not yet. Can't do that yet.
My sneak is level 70.
Pickpocket?
That wasn't a sneak attack.
Now you're officially a cutie. He's official.
Welcome to the cuties.
Do that. Or let's just put another point in illusion. Oh, they work on higher level people. I think this is going to be my temporary out, which I am going to actually take this time just to put some stuff away because he is carrying way too much shit.
Problem is, Fandel is equipped in heavy armor at this point when he shouldn't be, and that's taken up a lot of his weight.
Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy.
Come back here, stag. Oh. Whoops. Oh, yes, get stuck there.
But I'd rather have cuddles. I promise you, I can be little spoon first. Aw.
Fandel, get it. You have arrows, Fandel. I really... What? What? Can I not kill the great stag? I'm hunting the great beast for a Valkyrie's quest. And it just regens too quickly.
Oh no, you can kill it.
Are you supposed to like one-shot it in a sneak?
I don't know. I don't remember. I think I've only done it like once.
Yes. Yes, you were supposed to one-shot it in a sneak.
You gotta take all the shit from him. Holy shit. It's so much. I'm gonna be here forever.
I literally don't do enough damage with bows that I had to use my dual-wield weapons, snuck up on it, and just did a sneak attack on its ass.
I love that. After getting all of this stuff from Stenvar, I am currently, what is my weight? 876. That one might be an exploit.
Oh my god, they're talking about spooning.
I know it's adorable.
We're gonna do that later, maybe. Oh yeah, Elbow might say no to that.
Let's see.
Aiko hurt her elbow yesterday.
I fell down the stairs.
Yeah. Landed right on, like, her
Hey,
arm.
great. I will do that. Thank you. Oh my god, I don't think I've had anything to drink since I started streaming. Except for that little sip of drink that I had to take my meds. Thank you.
Thank you for making my wife drink. I probably should have. She should be taking better care of you.
Yeah, why aren't you taking back care of me, babe? Damn.
I'm such a horrible person.
The worst. The worst. The worst person ever. This is... I don't even know what a Varla stone is, but I'm going to throw it around. Thank you!
Oh my god, it's a mud crab. Oh my god, it's a dude sitting down. Is he?
I'm just going to
abandoned?
dump everything in here. It's just going to be a dump chest today.
You're a fisherman. Oh, 1 hand increase from that book. Nice.
I see
Yes.
the redeem must redeem at least once. Yes, exactly.
The
Exactly.
redeems are lovely to redeem.
Best things in the world. Actually, hold on. Let me get those. I have to get the grand ones back so I can actually. Actually, I'll just get all the filled ones back.
Oh, 1 hand is actually getting really good.
This is just so I can recharge my shit.
I think it was something around that, Octavia, yeah.
Oh, wait. Oh yeah. Oh, it was a lot for sure. I don't remember exactly, but it was definitely a lot.
Yeah, we do a thing here of, well, at least Aiko does. I don't currently have tits.
If it doesn't work, if it's not working, they get stacked up and then no, you can use them like a lot of people will use throw love aggressively over time, so it'll just like stack up, and if at any point it doesn't work when somebody does it, I have to redeem all of the work, like clear out all of the previous ones since the last time I had to clear it all out. And it can if it's been doing a good job, if it's been doing good and not needing to be cleared out, then that shit can be big. How big would it be right now? Hold on.
Oh, it would probably be.
If I were to do it right now,
Oh my god, a wandering
where's
giant.
my mouse?
Fiendal, did you not manage to keep up?
Really weird timing.
Yes, cool.
Oh man, knew it didn't work. I would start pressing the button until you figure. Yep, exactly. She's done that too.
Yeah. When she like when Aiko redeems all, it basically throws everything that's cached.
Review requests. So it looks like it's currently at 16. I mean, those were the days. They could still happen. Did you die? We're still here. It could still happen.
What's it at currently?
16.
Oh. Yeah.
It just grows. That's all it does.
It grows until you forget to turn it on. Or for some reason there was an update and it breaks. One of those
And that
two.
does happen. And it counts. Can you? Hey, babe.
Yes, honey?
Do you think when stream is done, we can heat up the nuggies and watch One Piece?
You had me at hey.
I
Of
just
course.
I kind of want the more nuggies, and I know you like One Piece, and I feel like if I ask you to make the nuggies for me, I get in reward can be One Piece, so I don't have to go downstairs because it's cold.
You literally don't have to say anything. If you
I don't
want
know
to...
if you can read my mind. I have to say something, otherwise I won't get nuggies. The nuggies will go bad in the fridge, and you'll be like, "Why didn't you ask for them?" I'll be like, "You told me I didn't have to say anything."
No, I just anytime you want to watch One Piece, I'm down. Literally anytime. You want nuggies too? Done.
Yay.
You don't want nuggies? Also done.
Okay,
It
so you
doesn't
guys.
matter.
So I don't know if you guys have it in the US. Oh my God, that's so weird saying that. I don't know if you guys have it in the US or not. And by US, obviously I'm in Canada and the US, because
There's
Octavia.
probably some people that have.
Octavia's in Canada. So, anyways, um, they have this Korean sticky barbecue um sauce at the McDonald's. It's so fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
It's so fucking good, dude.
It is. It is like if well, it's crack.
It is so good. What is this? I'm guessing it's a gem. I'm guessing it's a. I'm gonna Google this really quick because I've never seen this flogged Barlow stone before.
Oh yes, it is from one of the mods. Oh, not the mods. It's from a one of the DLCs. It's a rechargeable soul gem.
Oh, so acts similarly to the Azura Star, allowing for infinite weapon recharging, but it's a known bug where stacking multiple stones make to act as one, potentially losing trap souls. Well, I only have one, so that's neat. Okay, I'll give it to
Yeah.
him. I
Wow.
did get the Azura's Black Star though. Friends from the U.S. I need to stop. Need to kidnap cuddles. Exactly. I know. I don't know. Figured.
You ever think you get to a point where where you're just saying, you guys in the US?
So weird.
Over the
You
dark
guys in that
days
country I used
of
to live in?
love. Yeah, back
I feel like this library looks more full than it used to. No. Actually, give me money.
Getting lots of hanging moss. I'm loving this. The dark days are done, and the voice saying, I'm getting as much of this hanging moss as I can. Ideally, I'm get all of it.
I calmed him.
But yeah, the Korean sticky barbecue sauce is insane.
It is delicious.
It has
Aw, he
single-handedly
kidnapped the
increased
one.
our
That's adorable.
McDonald's consumption by like a few 100%.
I'm gonna die of overload of sweetness. I do not need to carry all of these with me.
I kidnapped Aiko all the way to Australia. She was
Oops.
definitely not willing. Yeah, definitely. It was definitely kidnapping. Not a fellow Khajiit. They're dead. No. You know more. I am gonna put down a quick save. I feel like I should.
My weight. Weight's looking pretty okay, I guess. Oh, right, because I have all those fucking potions.
The dark days are done.
Oh, wait, I already got rid of those. Weighing me down. wanted to be all of my clothes. Maybe this 10-pound pickaxe is contributing.
Dun, 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 dun. Is this what it was like when we were just rocking up in people's chats?
Yes.
I love it.
I love it too. I need you, I need you, I need you right now. I need you right now. Don't let me, don't let me, don't let me down. I'm serenading them kind of in the worst way. I'm terrible.
I don't know the lyrics to this song. Don't let me down. Don't let me down.
Oh, this is where it came out of. Down, down, down. Don't me down, down. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. We're gonna be more adorable when we have our new models. Just saying. Throwing it out there. August 1st. Be here or be... Oh man.
Triangle.
Triangle, I guess.
Yeah. Has nothing else you could be. Be here or be triangle. Let me put you in.
Well, I'm a little mad now. I'm in fucking Blackreach. And you know what that means? Do you know what that fucking means that I'm in Blackreach? It means I'm on a different quest here. I don't even want to be here. Don't even want to be here right now. It just means that's not where I'm going. It's not an Aftund, wherever the fuck I am right now. That is where it is not. Now I have to figure out where else it could be.
Ow, 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 I'm dead. Fandel, did you seriously get your ass just knocked flying back?
Sarthal. No, that's not where it's going to be. It's not going to be in there.
Why am I not full health?
I mean, I'll look. Could it be in Sarthal? Yes, it could be in Sarthal. Fuck it. Let's fucking go. Might as well continue that quest, I guess. I was told to show up and say hi, so here I am. Welcome in. Because
We
you have
accept
joined, you are officially a
all
cutie.
highs. Yeah, officially cutie.
The fuck? Oh, yes.
I love being included.
Aww. Yeah, we missed you too. We've just been
We missed
so
you too.
busy. We were so busy, and then I got depressed. And by depressed, I don't mean sad, because I've been really happy, actually. The thing is, I just haven't really, I've been without motivation. But it's okay, because guess who has therapy tomorrow morning? Me.
Yeah, and I can work on my uni assignment while you're doing that.
Why on earth did I come? This is the weirdest possible way I could have done. I have chosen the weirdest fucking way to get there. Ooh. As long as we don't die, we're good. You deny the title could give too bad. Can't deny the truth. Can't deny the truth. You could try, but nope. Can't deny it. Cute is cute. Sucks they suck. I'm sorry, you don't suck at all. I was trying to come up with a cutest, like a sex to suck version of cutes to cute, but that just doesn't make any sense. And you will. I mean, you can do what you want. You can sit there and you can deny it all you want to. But like, if I deny that the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, I mean, wait a second. I don't know why for some reason I was getting ready. Well, Tristan,
Mm-hmm.
does that does this?
Yes.
Okay, okay. I was like, I don't know a lot about the southern hemisphere or how the Earth works. It seems.
The stars are just different here.
Okay. Okay, good. Yes. Yes.
Can I just shoot this potion of cure disease into this werewolf?
Yes. My leg surgery, I was then told my therapist I was moving, so I went to a therapist. After my leg surgery, I was then told my therapist was moving, so I was without a therapist and no way to get around, so I got depressed, but I'm doing better. That's good. That's good. Yeah, tomorrow will be the first time I see my therapist in Australia, so what do we got for sale? You have nothing that I want.
Yeah, Aiko
You think your wife is cute? Yeah. Yeah. You know.
Oh, same. We can agree with that.
Let's go. I am still not found with this one fucking book. That's the whole reason I've come through here. If it's in here, I'm gonna be so mad because I should have done this quest like a long time ago and didn't. Because I was like, I don't really want to progress the mage quest line.
I need to put a potion.
But apparently it can be in here, so we're gonna find out.
I don't care about being 30% weak.
Oops. I didn't even jump. Didn't even jump, just fell like a dingus.
I don't think the werewolf is attacking because I think I've drained so much stamina it physically can't attack.
Maybe?
Well, we get to see here
It's
because
not
I am now.
ignoring so-called reality with their intentional enough. Just ask Octavia. That's fair. Honestly, it's a mood.
Oh no, it can attack. Come back here, werewolf. It's almost dead. Do I have a potion of plentiful stamina? Yeah. Yeah. Dead. Dead werewolf.
Proud of you.
And I took its skin.
Ew. Gross.
He's full of arrows. Acquire a Daedric artifact. Power. Where's the Daedric artifact? Savior's Hide. Oh. Increase magic resistance by 15%. Increase poison resistance by
Apparently
50%.
that armor has a lot of mods associated with it.
Savior's Hide.
Mm-hmm.
Oh.
It looks really cute on girls, at least. But it does look like the girls aren't wearing pants. And they fit, so. Hey, what's up, Gerardo?
We have missed some things in chat. After my leg surgery, I was told my therapist was moving cells. Glad you're doing better, Octavia. I missed that at least. I think you replied to that.
I did.
I'm excellent at ignoring so-called reality, whether intentional or not. Just ask Octavia. Hugs and kisses, Dove. Double and return to center. Oh my god. Got Octavia.
Okay, well, now I have to go back and talk to. God, I just can't fucking I can't remember his name to save my life.
Is he bald?
No,
Is he not bald?
he is not bald. He has hair, and he is the alteration mage. I am doing way better by far, and I'm happy with a little life. I'm fantastic. That's what I said. I meant to say that's fantastic. I'm really happy for you. And also, have you gotten a new therapist?
Yes. New therapist is important.
Holfdir.
I said nymph? What? Holfdir. Oh yes.
You stuck with me now? Good.
Really? A Nitra nymph? Oh
As
my
long
god.
as long as you continue being good to her, that is all that matters to me. You hurt her.
And then we hurt you. I mean,
You'll see what I could do with and hammer. Yep.
and ban him and
A banana hammock.
see what we can do with a ham sandwich.
Yep.
And I'm telling you now, it won't be pretty. Oh my god, it's a scary beast. I quit my dwarven bow and I shoot the saber cat. Pew! I missed.
I found a magical artifact.
Pew! I missed.
Found a magical artifact.
Pew! I hit that time. Do the spin! Oh my god. Faendel, be my meat shield. You are an excellent meat shield.
Well, I found 2 already. What have you been doing?
Yeah! Saber cat dead. I do a lot of damage. If I'm not getting attacked.
I don't think it
If I'm
matters. I
getting
think it's
attacked,
just
oh my
trying
god.
to get me to come this way.
I die so
Yeah, and
quick.
then I'm like, oh yeah, cool. See, I've got, oh look, another enchanted ring, and then it's supposed to be like, oh, I can take that, yeah, and then things will happen. I just want to see if I can find a 4th without it being that one, because that'd be fucking
What is going on over here? Hello? Who are you?
What was it? It's gotta be that one.
Sir?
Fucking fine. Oh no, I'm trapped. No.
I'd sooner watch the world burn than hurt Octavia. Good.
Aw.
Good.
Are you gonna be making me do magic?
It's a cave bear.
Second.
Oh no, it was a saber cat that I one shot. Oh my god. Sneak strong. One deal with. I think it's more so Ebony Mace is strong.
I am so connected to this wall. I don't know, let's find out. Calm down. Yeah, I told the wall to calm down and it exploded.
You think I could one shot a giant by sneak attacking it?
I one-shot a wall, why not?
Okay, so what you're saying is I should quick save. It's a Dunker's kiss. I need to kill this giant leader. Oh no, I'm hungry. I'm thirsty. I'm not thirsty. I'm just hungry. Mm.
Oh my god, did I have to talk to him? Jesus Christ.
Come on, Fandel.
Mhm.
We're gonna try and kill this giant in one hit. It's not gonna work. He just turned around and slapped me in the face and I died.
I love it.
But I did learn that
Dragon giants are tanky.
oh yes, they're tanky, they're strong.
I'm not a
But
mage.
actually do
I'm a
a
librarian.
decent amount of damage.
Ah, fuck.
If I eat some food,
Oh, well, that's
not have
good.
that debuff. Yeah, if I get a sneak attack on it, it does like a quarter of its health.
Me.
And I just
Again,
need it instantly back
librarian.
up.
Why can't you guys like clean it up? Because like obviously
Go
you knew
Fandel.
I had okay, whatever. No. Okay, I'll tell you all about it. Some sort of ghost or apparition appeared. It spoke to me.
Oh no, we had a friend show up.
Y'all right? Chop,
The
chop,
giant leader's dead. Fando. Get your ass off the ground. You're not dead yet.
chop, chop. Calm down. He says, I don't care. Rude.
Live,
Fine.
Fando, live. Just for a little bit longer.
You seen my? Have you seen?
Out. That giant. Like there's two giants and one. We killed one, but Fandel got heavily wrecked because the giants do so much damage. Let me try and take out this giant first.
I don't know where my follower is.
Unarmored.
And he has a lot of my shit.
Wait, what if I potion fortify health and then I eat some food? And then I'm not wearing the right necklace. That'll help.
Well, I don't know where my follower is now. That's super.
I'm now wearing the right ring as well. That's going to help a lot. I'm now doing plus 50% more damage.
Maybe followers can't come in here? I don't remember. Weird.
Okay. This is definitely the way to go. I can do like 2/3 of this other giant's health. As long as I make sure I have things equipped properly. And then we'll be set to take on the main giant. Okay, let me
Don't
quick
mind
save.
me, just... Oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to attack Tiltier. But I did. I did do that.
Hopefully we can kill this giant without aggro on that
My
giant.
armor is so cute.
You are so cute, my love.
I'm gonna stay a while and inspect all of this stuff, but since we don't know what's ahead and it could be super dangerous, you should go by yourself. Alright.
Okay, we're not aggro on the other giant.
Hey, bye. I guess. Anybody seen my follower? He could have died. He's not been anywhere near me.
Die, giant. Okay. How you doing, Vandal? I've got my last flawless amulet from this giant.
Whoa. I exploded.
Okay, Vandal, I'm gonna give you a little bit to heal up while I loot this stuff. I can't believe I'm fighting giants. I genuinely can't believe I can actually fight giants.
I'm happy for you, really.
Apparel, what are my boots currently? Oh, I can... These boots are just better. Okay, I will equip the elven boots later.
Super. I'm doing, like, no damage here.
No! Damage! Let's go, Faendal.
There we go, because my stuff wasn't turned on. It's just a plain dagger. It does a lot more damage if it's on fire.
Fuego! Faendal, take his aggro.
I don't know where Stenvar is. He's just... Oh, okay. Wait, what enemies are nearby? Here we go.
69 one hand.
I like that he turned around and Fusordawed a wall instead of me. It's very kind of him. Ooh, a glass bow. Very nice. Nice. Hi, welcome in, welcome in. How you doing?
It's an the brat.
Heard
Oh,
you were sleeping
hello.
earlier, but I guess you woke up now, huh?
Welcome, welcome. What are these? We're not gonna let them. Bandits. Just regular bandits. Faendal,
Aw.
go.
Adorable.
And a... Oh my god, it's a saber cat.
Mm-hmm. Octavia, you're doing so good. I'm so happy for you.
It's the third of the wifey gang,
Yes,
I guess.
it is the third of the
Three.
wifey game. Am I to expect more, or is this just it? I need to know, how many are there?
Do you have an army?
Have you made an army? Fair question, fair question. My other wifey, she is finally awakened. I was trying to wake her on a call for a while. Good morning. Oh, so sweet.
Good morning.
Good morning. Night for us.
Yeah, it is. I mean, technically, it
I
could be
mean, yeah,
defined as morning.
technically. Actually, hold on. Alexa, what time is it?
It's 12:52 a.m.
Yeah, it's morning. It's morning now. 3 wifeys and 1 hubby. Oh, yep, we're still missing one. Still missing one. We'll get one soon. Hopefully, maybe. I don't know. Maybe hubby's at work. Who knows?
Oh wow.
Maybe hubby just doesn't like Twitch. I was awake to hear both of them wake up. Adorable.
Oh.
Nice.
Sometimes Aiko briefly wakes up to tell me like the dream she's been having, and then just goes back to sleep.
It's
Because she knows.
important.
Yeah, it is.
It's important. For instance, yesterday it was very important that I tell him that I'm glad he was from a country where they speak English. Because in my dream, I had to move with him to his country, and his country spoke Greek. I didn't understand a word that anybody was saying. I didn't even know how to say, I don't speak Greek in Greek. But people just kept trying to talk to me, and I would just have to shrug and be like, I don't know.
No, is it going to take me back to when the Giants are still alive? I think it is. No! Oh, one Giant's dead.
Well, well.
Oh my god. That Giant lost half its health.
Void. And
It's a dead Giant.
well, yes. And snake.
Oh, I had a black soul gem this time. Whee! Faendale's taken the souls of the Giants because
What did I
Giants
say?
aren't people.
Nope. Do giants have black souls or white souls?
It's gotta be at least. It could be Grand Souls.
Well, that's what I meant by white soul, grand soul. I know that mammoths have grand souls.
It's at least greater, possibly grand. I'd think. Hang on. I just got to deal with these. Okay, the bandits are dead. Faendale, I can talk to you now. What is filled up of your soul gems? Commons, common.
Okay.
Greater, grand. Greater. I think they're greater.
Okay.
I got 6.
Had to get the jump on him before he tried to attack me first. I made some really good health potions that heal for 123. Because I'm just so good at making potions. How many of those do I have? I just ate 2 of them. I still have 10 more. Oh, and then I have 4 more where it says health is increased by 79 points for 6 seconds, and it also restores 123 health. Ad break, sorry guys. But thank you also for supporting.
Yeah, thank you all for hanging out and supporting even through the stinky ad breaks.
For sure, for sure.
Yeah, we were very worried with how long we'd taken a break. Ico more so because BPD makes any worries a lot worse. That just people wouldn't show up once we came back from the break.
Yeah, and the fact that people have actually been coming by and hanging out and stuff like that's been really amazing.
Yeah. I just got to adjust to the new time of stream and things. But yeah, we tried to do it at the best time for both us and as many people
Mm.
in the community as possible.
Unfortunately, there's not really a lot you can do when the fuck?
Like the best time we would have would be
You can't
starting
do
like
it for everybody.
yeah, like the quote unquote best time we would have would impact us a lot. It would be at 4 a.m. for us.
Yeah.
4 or 5 a.m. would for us, and that would just be detrimental to health. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh no. The coziest jail imaginable.
Hmm?
You seen Octavia's
Let's see.
last
Grabs
message?
Rick and room. Oh. Adorable. You guys are all so cute. My God. I don't care if you try and reject the title of cutie. You guys are all cuties.
Mm-hmm. Everyone's a cutie.
You know, I really wish I had a follower here who could hold my stuff. Guess I just asked for too much.
Just go and revive Faendal. You can, like, necromancy chain him alive, I think.
He's not dead.
Not dead? Faendal?
Oh, is Fendel dead?
You're Faendal.
Oh, that one.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just necromancy chain him
I
with
don't know if his body still exists.
Oh yeah, might have disappeared by now.
What did I just pick
Make
up
a
that's so
jammers
fucking heavy?
stronger.
I want to keep that.
Make my one-handed weapons even stronger.
So good. I could drop that. Drop that. Drop that.
Oh, I could make my dual attacks. No, I think I just want raw damage.
Okay, I don't need that. And now you're here.
Look. Angel, do you have
I have no idea where he is. I'm I literally can't even attack it.
Arcadia. Apparel, let me put this
Calm
necklace.
down. Right. Okay, come back. I'm trying to attack you. Okay, now, there we go. Oh, that was much easier. Take that. Sure.
Yeah, what have you got for sale?
Found here, Uric, murderer, betrayer, condemned by your crimes against the Roman Lord. May your name and deeds be forgotten forever, and the charm which you bear be sealed by our word. Well, that didn't last very long.
I want those elven boots. You can have... Do I have a barter potion? I do not have a barter potion. I can probably make a barter potion. What if I barter?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I could do that. I will say I'm a little salty about the fact that I still haven't found that motherfucking book.
Yeah, I genuinely no bloody clue where it is.
Yeah,
I have the
don't
same
either.
quest, and it's just like... What is weighing you down? Is it really just all these pelts?
I have been given new word. Didn't care about words.
It must be.
Yeah, I guess I
I
just
want
leave then, right?
them.
I don't know.
Yeah, you can have those. I want those alpha boots.
Okay, still don't fucking have him, so... And I gave him my fucking pickaxe, and there's some silver right here. That would have been perfect. Going back to Windhelm, I swear to God, if he's there, I'm gonna be so mad. It's gonna make me have to pay him again. I'm starting to get tired, babe.
Yeah, we can end soon.
Okie dokie. There he is, you bitch. I found him. He's with me. I'm gonna go get Savros, my thing, whatever. Tell him, hey, there's a big giant ball. And I want to do something about that. That's so funny. In this song, the right before it said hey, Stenvar said hey.
Oh, that is perfect timing. Do I have creep? Oh, I've got Canis root. I do have a creep cluster. It's a creep cluster, giant's toe, and is it just wheat? Yeah, but I don't want to craft that yet.
Oh,
So he said that like aiming a bow while over encumbered makes him move faster.
a little bit. Yeah, why?
Oh yeah, it is a little bit faster. Cool. I need to get to the smithy. I'm so overweight. I'm like 390 of out of 200 and something.
Oh,
240. God damn it, child! Don't push me back. I'm trying to go this way.
You, not you. Not you. Where the fuck is the Archmage, dude? He's been wandering around
Apparel.
everywhere, just standing in random places. Now I can't even find him when I need him. Oh, I can go into his quarters. Okay, sweet.
Wizard. Ooh.
You got any books up here? Got any books? Oh, I'll pick those. I probably don't have that. I've got those.
Do you need a bunch of leather for like uncrafted leather for the house? Like hides, pelts.
Strips. And yes, hides and pelts and stuff if you want them for decoration. They make like wolf heads for the walls.
Okay, cool.
Very slow.
Oh, I can probably keep like the goat and the.
No, you can use a goat for the wall, I think.
Ooh.
I don't remember. Savros.
I remember you getting snow. Oh, like saber cat things and.
Yeah, but I didn't actually finish that.
I am so overweight.
Am I sick again? Oh, I forgot that I was sick. I'm diseased with bone break fever.
Oh no. My diseased waifu. Mm.
Spaced out. I thought I was alone. Did you just give me a book or something? Oh.
Potion, smithing.
I'm load.
Yeah, boots. So where are these boots now?
Did he just give me... No. No, he gave me another reason to talk to Erlo. Maybe. Unless... Oh, no, I just have a different one. Okay, yeah, it's a different reason. Can you, like, not look at me as I'm trying to rob you? Oh my god, how fucking rude. Now you're gonna make me have to go invisible in front of you.
How dare.
Oh my god, he's too high of level for it to work on him. No, 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 don't look. He turned his head. It's fine. He's like, don't worry. Don't worry. I didn't see anything.
No.
I feel like he's making fun of me. He fucking turned around. I made myself invisible and he stood up and turned around because he still saw me. And he's like, oh god, this is embarrassing. Shit, she's gonna know I can still see her because I'm looking at her. Oh no, let me stand up and... Where'd she go? Oh no.
Quest items and potion materials. Oh.
Nope, not this time.
Girl, I got a ring.
No, I wanted the books that were in the thingy behind you. Anyway,
Let me go
don't talk to me.
back.
Don't talk to me. Nope, don't care. Don't care what
With
you
the
have to say.
silver.
I don't like you. Uh-huh. Maybe.
You have
Why does it matter to you? Oh my god, it's like they're trying to prevent the Oblivion Crisis from happening again. Psh. I didn't ask.
I love how in Oblivion you can get ridiculously overpowered spells because you can make your own spells.
Yeah, but then the Oblivion Crisis, babe. You know, just saying from those overpowered spells.
No, 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 no.
Have you
Oblivion
seen
Crisis.
have you seen the bridge? Have you seen the bridge?
I
Anyways.
don't have eyes. But yeah, like...
Alright, guys. Guys. I think it's time. I think it's time that I say my farewell to you guys because I love you so much.
Oh no,
I
she's
do.
trying to end the stream.
I'm doing because I really, really want to eat nuggies and watch One Piece. I do.
Before we get too
Before we
tired.
go to sleep, yeah. I mean, I'm already
Yeah.
starting to feel tired. And I still want to eat nuggies and watch One Piece, so I've got to go now. Before I'm not able to eat the nuggies and watch One Piece before I go to sleep. You know what I mean? It's important. I love you guys so much.
Love you all. Thank you for hanging out, everyone.
Definitely thank you for hanging out. It means a lot that you guys have been here and supporting us. And it's been a good day. I love you guys so much. Look at